Good morning. A little bit more Kerbal Space Program. Just got done watching the Falcon 9 launch, so a little bit late, but totally worth. It's just about ready to get started, and there was like 30 seconds left until the launch started, so I figured go ahead and watch. Back out of this. Just making sure that we weren't getting any no refs or anything with the little changes that we made. We do have an updated channel on the Discord. Let me make sure that I get the Discord. So KSP, the KSP channel in our Discord is now just mostly for conversation. I'm going to start putting patches and changes and stuff like that in KSP modding. That was suggested by Isley, one of my mods this morning. Great idea. Keep them from scrolling off screen. It's got a couple of different things going on. So, Safe Shoot and Stage Recovery are now functional. There was an issue with another mod, and that mod has been updated. That will be added to JNSQ when its next update comes out. Then we got the old remote tech thing. We've done that before. I did write a little configuration, like a mod manager patch, that does add some food to modules. Pretty much anything that has crew capacity and isn't already set up for supplies will default to 0 supplies. And I'm not sure if it works with SSTU. I actually didn't check that. Oh, right. So, if we right-click over here, it looks like SSTU, the orbital module, and some of these other ones have already been set up to have some supplies. So they would have been automatically excluded. And I'm not sure why the right-click menu here is showing 65 supplies, but the right-click menu here isn't showing supplies. It'll probably make more sense once I'm more accustomed to SST. So all that little patch does is give you an extra slider here. It'll always default to 0, so if you don't need the supplies, you don't have to worry about going and tweaking anything. But otherwise, if you wanted to add, like, basically a mini pack and a half. One of these little guys, mini pack has 100 supplies in it. It just gives us the ability to add 1.5 of these to anything that has crew capacity. And it should work for pretty much everything as long as it doesn't already have a preset amount of supplies. And if it does, then we'll defer to whatever the mod creator or USI has already done to that part. So if it was only set up for 20, those will only have 20. If it was set up for 5,000, it'll have 5,000. Otherwise, it'll have 0 by default, and we can go up to 150. And what else do we have in there? Isley has just added another mod manager patch that gets rid of some yellow no agent found log entries. We do have the update. I did have permission from Sigma to put the DLL and the TweakShoots config for TweakShoots 3.0 up on the Discord. I just put the files up, so you just take the files and the instructions are right above it. Delete the DLL and the config that you'll find in JNSQ. So you go into your game data, where we already are. Go into JNSQ, go into plugins, go into TweakShoots, get rid of the old ones, and these will be the new ones. They added some functionality and also resolved that conflict that we were having between the parachutes and Safe Shoot and Stage Recovery. And then other than that, all it is an updated CCAN favorite file. So you can download that, go into your CCAN, go to settings, go to compatible KSP versions, tick all the way down to 1.4, 1.7, 6, 5, and 4, accept it, and then you can go to file and import that list, import downloaded mods from that list, and it'll give you everything that we had plus a very, very short list of things that you'll install by hand. So, like Copernicus, unless it's up to the most current version, then actually it looks like it is. I think 171-5 is the most current version. Planet Shine, Textures Unlimited, and Trajectories are the only ones that I don't have in that list as far as I'm aware. I still haven't added add-on version checker. Need to do that. I heard that the functionality that told us, you know, all the mods that we had is back, so I need to add that back in. And I've made a little change to our tourist vessel, but I want to check. So we're in the middle of performing that mission. All right, we need to do our low-resolution altimetry scan satellite. We still have 79 days to accept the 4-satellite mission, so we'll wait on that. And we don't have an upgrade that I would like before we go to the moon, so I am going to wait on these. They only have 4 days until they expire. These missions require either, well, okay, that one and that one are for a probe to go to the moon, land on the damn thing, and come home. I don't think I'm ready for that quite yet. And then these are to do the same thing, but with a crewed vessel. Good morning, Galactic. Good morning, Isley. And I don't think I want any of the rest of these. Maybe the orbital station. Let's look at them. Build a new station that has antenna and a docking port and can generate power. 1,000 units of monopropellant on the station, 2 pilots on the station. All we have to do is maintain stability for 10 seconds. We have 1 for Kerbin. And what's this position satellite one? Okay, this is a magnetometer probe. To put one up in a specific orbit for D-Magic Orbital Sciences. Oh, awesome! Good morning, Sigma. We're going to be doing some little tourist missions in a moment, but I don't have anything that's going to, like, Duna yet. We're very, very early on in the playthrough. We're only on day 3. And the reason that I didn't test it, even though I did want to, is we're using research bodies, so we don't know where Duna is. We don't know that it even exists quite yet. We are all by ourselves. We need to get some telescopes up today, and I believe that Duna should be within range, and one of the things that we can go and try to detect. That is one hell of an orbit for that magnetometer. 27 by 34.6 million meters. Oh dear. Oh dear. So I personally have got a sneak peek of Jewel, and you know, obviously we've seen the Mun, and we've seen Minmus, which is looking sexy AF. But as soon as I saw the sneak peek of Jewel, I logged out. I didn't want to spoil anything, so I'm hoping that we'll be going to Duna soon, and we'll be giving it a proper test. But I did just a couple of initial tests yesterday. So the playthrough, I told you guys that I wouldn't play it offline. And I have reverted to everything that I've done. But in the time, like, you know, testing out little configuration changes and swapping out mods and doing our little tests, we are about 20 minutes further on into the playthrough. We haven't actually done anything that would affect like our science or our currency or anything like that. Looks like we have 3 more nodes to unlock before we need to upgrade the R&D. So we could grab subsonic flight, recycling, or storage technology. But off the top of my head, I don't think we need any of them right now for anything that we're going to do. I'm pretty sure that we're okay without any of these upgrades. What are you? Oh, micro-ducted fan engine. So is that like a self-gimbling engine? I've never used that. I haven't seen that one yet. And a Whirligig turboprop with a Pegasus VTOL engine and 2 fans. The Banshee lift fan. Oh, 2 versions of the Banshee lift fan. I see. I see. We are going to try to blow up all the things, squirrel. So you get some interesting results when you look at it with a telescope. It seems like no matter whether you're using a very high-powered telescope or a lower-powered telescope, the view is essentially the same. And you do get some interesting side effects, like it doesn't really understand where the sun is in relation to what you're looking at. It shows you an image of where the sun is in relation to you. So if you're looking at something that's on the other side of the sun, but you're on the, you should be looking at the lit up side of the planet, it'll still show you the dark side of the planet. It'll still show you, just in relation to where the home world is. So it's a little bit weird. It's not really low resolution. It is very finicky and very touchy, and it's going to be very difficult for us to use it this time because we are using mandatory RCS at the moment too. But it is pretty neat. It basically gives you, when you first start out with research bodies, you have no idea where anything is. And then when you first detect it with an instrumental satellite, not one that you look through, that little gold one. See, we also have cacti. Am I tripping? Do we not have it unlocked yet? Let's grab a pod so that these are lit up. Oh, I just saw it at the very bottom there. I didn't need a pod. This little guy. When we first get it with this, it'll show up on the map as an unknown object, even though we do name it when it's discovered. It still shows up as an unknown object, and then after that you're just taking several photographs of it to finish out the research on it and figure out what, where is its orbit and all that good stuff. Kerbals in space or kerbals all over the place. That would work. That would work. Good morning, Tally. We have an update that we need to put in to the 3-man prototype, and I'm not really done with it. All I've done is added some... Well, I tried a couple of things, and I kind of gave up on the more complex version. What I wanted to do is have the landing legs all start on the back, like one set here and one set a little bit lower, and then I wanted them to move up the vehicle, hug the body of the vehicle, so go from this angle, a 90-degree parallel angle, up and then in by maybe 5 degrees there, and then rotate around for deployment. And I did end up giving up on that. What we just did is add a couple of landing legs, and they seem to work okay. I've taken out all the other parts, the piston, the rotors, and the hinge, all the way down to just one set of rotors, just one rotation servo per landing gear. But now I need to install this on the actual lifter. So I want to go to Space Chase 3-man. This is the operational tourist vessel with Eco. What is Eco? Yes, yeah, small ones can't zoom in as far. I think there's upgrades you can get that help out, but there's like a James Webb looking one, and then there's a deep space one. I can't think of the name of the telescope off the top of my head. Another analog of a real life telescope, and that one definitely gives you a clearer view of the further away planets. Sometimes they're so far away you can find the damn things, and moons especially, but you can't actually get a photo of it, unfortunately. Good morning, Scarlett. How are you doing today? Any big plans? I heard you say that you had some shows coming up. What do you do shows for? So this little guy just needs a bit of an upgrade, and now I'm kind of thinking that I might have made a mistake with how I have the back legs right here. That might be a problem. All I really want to do is have some fun. No, I think the heat shield, because I can't recall if the upgraded version has a heat shield. I want to save that as a subassembly. I think that'll work. G1, 0.1, I guess. I think that was the... Oh, it should probably be Cheese 2.1, but I think we'll be okay. We're gonna load up the proto. Right now it's just on a solid rocket booster for testing. And I want to pull that. I want to load that. And I want it right there. Okay, it looks like the fairing will be good. I was worried that this might interfere with the fairing. So let's check over our staging, take it out for another test flight, just to make sure everything is good to go. Oh, you're gonna play at a theater. Modern adaptation of the Tempest. That'll be fun. Are you looking forward to it? Are you nervous at all? Do you do this kind of thing all the time? Is this a first? Are you gonna record it? Can we watch? Can we go with you? Can we get us backstage passes? Oh, cacti. You can zoom in further. I really haven't had a whole lot of experience with the cacti. Because you kind of get one photo with cacti and then you're done, right? Whereas with the other one, you kind of want multiple. Do 2 to 3 plays a year? Nice. Oh, she said we can go. I'll see you guys in Scotland. And we're all going to stay at Scarlett's house. It's going to be great. Bring your laptops. Let's check over our staging just real briefly here. Everything should be okay. And with the new update to tweak chutes, I have gone and re-added all of the parachutes. I've just put them on the inside. They probably should go on the outside so that they increase the part drag that's created on the outside, but our little solid rocket boosters seem to be able to take care of it. And then one other change that I did make is I lowered the fuel to the lowest step that we can go to without it being 0. Oh yeah, Metroid, we're on day 3 at the moment. We're working through just a couple of refinements on our first tourist vessel. Then we've got our fairing, separation of the lifter stage and the upper stage, which now needs to be separated because it should be recoverable. So we don't want to hot fire that. Then we have final separation, and I'm thinking that it doesn't matter where this disconnect is. It should be fine for us to arm these parachutes from orbit when we get rid of that. So I think that'll be okay. This stage will largely just disappear, so let's just move these up here and have one less overall stage. Update the save, and we're going to take it out for a test flight that we are going to more than likely, yeah, well, we'll definitely revert it. Je ne sais quoi? I have no idea, because I always just call it JNSQ. Probably murdering it pretty pretty relentlessly, though. Let's go ahead and throttle down, I think, right? With this one, it's been 2 days, so now I have to be retrained. I think we leave the throttle off. 3, 2, 1. Orientation is all luckily correct. We just nose down into our gravity turn. TWR is a bit high. I might be able to get a little bit more out of these if I lower it a little, but I think it'll be okay. I don't think that we get up to a final speed before we separate from them that's actually going to matter all that much. Just get out of the lower atmosphere a little bit faster. I'm gonna start putting a bit of a twist on her. I'm going to try to get prograde to about 45 degrees, and then we'll go down to prograde and follow through. AP is approaching 13K. We're approaching 9K of actual altitude, and it looks like I'm off to the north a little bit, so let's adjust that. A workable scale to compare it with? Oh, I think I missed something. Ooh, 400 meg down. Oh, baby. Alright, so we got it up to about 45 kilometers as AP reached about 50. Let's go ahead and start dragging that down toward the horizon. We're going to fire our liquid fuel engine to prepare for separation. Stage 1 separation, it resulted in an explosion. What did I blow up? Doesn't look like it's anything that's gonna matter. We'll have to take care of that though before we go and throw any tourists on this vessel. And I've nosed down a bit too aggressively. I'm gonna activate RCS. We've got a little bit further to climb before I want to get rid of that fairing, I think. AP is at about 82. Yeah, I should have been a lot more aggressive on the gravity turn for sure. Thankfully, the payload is pretty small, and this deployer did a fantastic job previously with getting us up there. So RCS is on, just to help us stay on target. Now that we've uncovered our nozzles, it should actually start to help out. I don't think that they'll fire within a fairing. Oh, and I may have to actually go and check my action groups too. For some reason, I think I have to manually activate the monopropellant nozzles on the actual crew cabin. I don't know how I broke that, but I need to remember to fix it. So AP is pretty steady at about 86. Our previous target was about 90, and it probably will be in the future again. Let's go ahead and separate from that, and we'll let monopropellant move us forward and safely away from it so that we can recover that without exploding anything. We'll go ahead and activate our upper engine. Let's switch out the map view and keep an eye on AP. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think we're kind of low. Yeah, we're 1 1/4 thrust to weight ratio, which really isn't that bad. We'll go ahead and circularize. And we'll test her for re-entry. Trying to make small, minor adjustments, and I would like to stay right at AP, if and I can. The freaking planet's so big that I can't, like, zoom out and take a look at the entire orbit. Gotta stay in here so that I can stay as close to AP. I'm trying to go as circular as possible here. Let's go ahead and nose down. I think we're about 500 meters a second left on our orbital velocity, and then we should be good to go. And this is just a practice run, like I said before. We'll end up reverting this, so... after this, I want to go and work on... Well, first I need to work on that explosion. I don't know what I blew up there, but we shouldn't have blown up anything. Well, I kind of fudged it a bit, so at AP, I'm going to have another burst to give it a proper circular orbit. I could probably do it from here, actually. Let's go nose in. Throttle up a little bit. There we go. 87 and 83 would be adequate. I think the contract only requires 70. I don't think that it cares as long as we're in an orbit. We're going to have just a tiny other... Well, we could probably do that from here too, couldn't we? No, not quite. One more little burst here, though. Because PE is still a little bit low. I forget that the atmosphere is at 85. 85 and 87, so that would be sufficient. And then we'll test it for re-entry. So before I do that, I do want to open these and activate our internal RCS, our monopropellant nozzles. That's what I need to fix the action group for. And then we'll go ahead and close it so that we're not using any of the upper stage monopropellant, just the stuff that we have down here for this big guy. So it looks like it's going to be about in the opposite part of our orbit where we're going to want to do our deorbit maneuver. So I don't want to change our orientation now because we'll be pretty damn close to retrograde by the time we get there. Not directly on it or anything, but pretty close. Go ahead and get flipped around, and I'm just going to set these guys up for re-entry. The main thing that I wanted to test is, you know, see what our final DV is going to be when we do get it into orbit. These guys need to stay up there for, I think, about 1 to 4 hours per contract, but they only need to go up into, you know, any old orbit. So go ahead and fire a retrograde for just a moment. So a little bit up on the throttle. I'm going to get it down to about 45 or 50 for the re-entry test. And the second thing that I want to test is, are these landing legs going to be okay? Are they going to be fine with our re-entry? We'll go ahead and stage, separate from that guy. Hopefully it will make it back home without any issues. And then we'll open up our bays again. I'm going to go ahead and flip us around. Get belly down for re-entry. And I'm going to use a little bit of our monopropellant just to deviate us from the trajectory of this guy. It would definitely be more efficient if I had it at center of mass, or if I had just even another linear nozzle on the bottom here. But at this point, we're just venting anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then I'm going to go ahead and throttle up so that we can use a little bit of our monopropellant to get that PE at 45 for the re-entry test. And then we just time warp and see how it goes. Oh, it looks like I fudged up on my staging, though, because I don't want to stage the heat shield unless I have to. So that would have been bad. I would have actually activated my chutes and separated from my heat shield. We don't want that. We'll go ahead and activate our chutes from here. And we'll start to time warp. Gotta go and check my action groups. We'll see if our angles and everything are good on our landing gear, and if not, we'll adjust them from here. Because I think in the end, what I actually want to do, instead of going to a 90 degree with the landing gear, I want the front gear to kind of point forward a little bit, and the back gear to kind of point backward a little bit. give us a little bit of a wider stance. So we're all the way up in the upper atmosphere. Now would be a good time to grab a drink. Takes us a second to set down. And I think we got down to what? Just under 60 kilometers before we got re-entry effects. I'm just checking out the landscape. Quite a view. I do have scatterer turned down to 50% and resolution texture set down to about half res to improve FPS. Still a pretty nice view from way up here. I have no idea where we're landing. It shouldn't matter, because we do need to test for both an ocean and a land, but I don't really anticipate any issues. I think that our landing gear is going to be just fine. Yeah, we're going to close the doors as soon as we vent the rest of our monopropellant. So what I'm just going to wait on re-entry effects. It should be starting right about now. I can see everything starting to heat up. And then I'm just going to raise PE by venting downward, and then the venting upward is to keep our orientation on. So we've got slightly more monopropellant coming out of the bottom nozzle than the top nozzle. And it should only take a second. I could probably actually lower that, but the tank that I'm using is what we have the nozzles actually attached to, so I might have to figure out a structural something or other to attach those to. If I want to just bring up a little bit less monopropellant, we could always do just a structural piece from the top to the bottom of the little bay there, and then probably two tiny little radial tanks. So we do bring up a lot more monopropellant than we need. It has paid off in the past when we've had issues on launch, but it's still a little excessive. Let's go ahead and close that. I waited until we were low so that I wouldn't really affect PE as much, just so that we have some really stable data to go off of on how this is going to do on a re-entry at 45K. Close everything up, and we should be okay in physics warp, but I know that if I do a re-entry at 45 kilometers from while in physics warp, that we will get flipped over. Which isn't really too big of a deal, as long as nothing explodes, but I would rather not. So I'm going to wait until it looks like we start to deviate from retrograde a little bit. We'll kick it out of time warp. The rest of our slowdown, we still might get thrown off and twisted around when we get into the denser lower atmosphere. It's happened a couple of times, but it usually happens when we're far enough into the re-entry that it doesn't even start to really heat anything up. So we'll see how she goes. The way that this thing's pointed, it definitely does want to lawn dart on us, though. And we're still getting a lot of heat on that reaction wheel on the other side of the heat shield, too. So I don't know if an internal radiator will help with that, or what I should really do about that. So far, it hasn't really got to the point where I've worried about it. We've never had it explode or anything, even when we did our extremely steep, like nearly 90-degree re-entries. But if we were gonna try and like aerobrake or do a re-entry directly from the MUN, which we likely wouldn't do, but if we were to try it, then I cannot imagine that that would survive. I think the heat shield would be fine, but this would blow up and then the heat shield would become debris. And that would be bad. This is just something to keep in mind for later. So we are starting to get pushed off of retrograde a smidge. And I don't know if, is that landing gear? Or is that the crew cabin that's heating up now? We haven't had that happen. Can't really tell. It must be the crew cabin. Well, if there's two of them parallel, it's gotta be the landing gear, right? So fingers crossed, hopefully it doesn't blow up. Yeah, that's our shadow. Scarlet with the sub, holy moly. Celebratory sub. Thank you, Scarlet. Appreciate your support. Don't blow up, you little shits. Don't you do it. Do not. Everything is getting overheated. I think we're gonna be just fine, but interesting that we didn't have that issue before. So now we're definitely getting pushed aside. We might do a flip here. There are some pretty fantastic emo arts, aren't they? My little brother made those. It doesn't look like we're gonna get flipped around. Looks like we're okay. Waiting on your THC emote to be approved? Is it still taking a long time? I know when I put mine in, it took freaking forever. There goes our drogue chute. Partial deployment of the main chutes. We can go ahead and toggle off SAS. No, I haven't got deadly re-entry. Otherwise, it'd be a heck of a lot narrower of a window for sure. The only thing that we're really using that you would see in Realism Overhaul, as far as I can think of, is mandatory RCS that nerfs our reaction wheels once we get up into space. To make it a little bit more difficult. And then we're using USI life support. Makes it a little bit more difficult too. We're talking about maybe changing the consumption. And might go ahead with it, I don't know. So we're just waiting for full deployment. Safe shoot is working appropriately now. Kicking us out right of time warp right before our shoots fully deploy. Go ahead and get the secondary. Well, the main ones. And let's see how our landing gear looks. Not too bad. If I moved these a little bit further up on the vessel, then they would actually kind of match up. These are pointed straight down and these are kind of out a little bit. But I do think that I want these to hinge probably from all the way back here. And then I want to balance them out. See how we're going to be pointed downward if we touch down like this? You need to balance them out a little bit. So I think actually I could probably leave it the way that they are, but I want them to angle at a little bit greater of an angle. I want them to point a little bit backward to this, you know, at an angle, and then we'll just match them up at the bottom of these. And then I have spring and dampeners all set to nothing so that we sit down a little bit lower. But not too bad for an initial test. I set them all up, and I didn't actually do a flight with these, so it was kind of important that I give them a shot. And I am a little bit surprised that they overheated the way that they did, but they didn't overheat to the point of explosion. Taking forever. I think it took mine about a week. I still haven't heard back from our artist, though. So I don't know what's going on with the new emotes. Okay. That happened. So maybe I do need to increase this a smidge. That definitely shouldn't have been a thing. Or it might get rid of them altogether. Let's go ahead and work on those. And this time we'll do some far shorter range tests. I'm pretty happy with the re-entry. Went pretty well. We're still on the proto, so we don't really need to work. Like, the final version will be saved as 3-man without the proto designation. So I'm not too worried about fudging around with this. Let's go ahead and tear it apart from the decoupler. And we're just going to swap that out with a little booster that'll put us up in the air. Let's grab like a hammer. And let's grab some aerodynamic surfaces. And these will all be reverted, so it doesn't matter if we have parachutes or anything. And then I needed to fix my action groups, and I need the heat shield deployment to go into its own stage, but that won't really matter until the final. So with these little fuckers, let's just try 1 and 1. Well, we'll do 1 and 1.5, I guess, right in the middle. Thank you for the host, Si. How are you doing today, sir? Any word from the internet's companies? Oh, it was a lot of fun hanging out with the fam the other day. I think my dad was pretty bored. He doesn't collect insulators. Got a bunch of photos of the stuff that we were going through. Got some pretty nice compliments, too, on the collection. Went pretty well. I think the front ones might be okay, but let's put them at their final target angle and extend them. And we'll see if we can just eyeball this. I'm going to extend those ones too, but I need the right-click menu for the lower rotors. Oh, another change that we made to our mod list. I did end up going with KJR next. I heard that KJR Continued had some issues with the robotics unless you go and add some additional, I don't remember what you call it. Unless you add some additional, what the fuck do you call it? We would just make the mod ignore them. Not exceptions, I don't remember. But I can't think. I'm 1.5 coffees into my day. So I just switched over to the other version of KJR for now. So instead of a target angle of a full-on 90, I think I want these guys somewhere more like that. So let's go target angle of -49. Maybe just 45. And then I do think, yeah, let's adjust the front one a little bit too. So we'll take that back to default just to make this go a little faster. So I want greater than 90 on these ones. Just a little bit of a forward angle. And we'll see if that makes it any more stable. So I have spring and dampener at 1.5 and 1 on both. See if it'll still hop like it did before. Take it to Jupiter? Oh man, I can't wait. It's gonna be a hot minute though. We're still working on going to the moon at the moment. And I didn't mean to mess with that. Shit. What's the normal traverse rate? Now I have to look at the other set because I fudged up. I grabbed the wrong thing. Okay, 90. So we're fine there. -100 will be fine. So we'll go head back to 0. Go ahead and retract them, and let's see how that performs. Let's check over our action groups as well. Somehow I cleared out action group number 1, and I'm not sure how the hell I did it, but actually want this number 1 just to toggle our RCS on and off. without having to use a right-click menu. We'll close that. Save it, and let's take it out for a test flight. Good morning, Life Snack. What are you guys all up to today? Farden, Life Snack, and Scarlet are all members of the THC team. I was going to say stream team, but Farden is actually one of the pros, I think, right? Oh, and it's dark out, too. Let's go ahead and time warp a little bit, and we'll see if anything explodes. Let's just get it around to daytime. And I want to test out how the landing gear performs, so I do want to head over to the west. Oh, apparently I can't go that far in time warp, but since we're going to revert it, we can get rid of the alarm for the tourist mission. Should be fine. Just want to do a little test flight here. 3, 2, 1, go. SAS is on. Throttle actually doesn't matter. We're just going to do a little hop, deploy our chutes, and sit down on the ground and see how the landing gear does. One of our Apex pros. So I think we can safely separate from this. I hadn't actually thought that through very well, though. I should have put retro rockets on it. And it just dawned on me that I completely forgot... Oh yeah, we're good. That I completely forgot to throw in KW rocketry for the little Ulage rockets that I wanted. Go ahead and deploy, and we'll start our time warp. I just want to see how we set down on this new lander leg setup. Actually, I'm sorry, but I'm with Farden. I wasn't gonna mention it on stream, but that looks somewhat level. Let's go ahead and time warp again. You can watch. Would that help? Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of... Pretty much, I mean, they didn't have a choice. Poor Valentina and Bob Kerman are test dummies. Everybody else is up in space right now. Maybe a whole new woman. The magic touch. Okay, no flipping or weird shit. Why are you doing this? Stop. I don't know if these are gonna work. What if I do just auto, then? The reason that I had it down to 0, I just wanted the, these little legs to act like shock absorbers, and for them to fully retract. Alright, well, apparently, we have a spring-activated vehicle. Now, how do we harness this energy so that we can use it to traverse, foreign landscapes without using any electricity or anything? This is so weird. Not as weird as what's going on in chat right now, but so weird. Oh, she's on the hunt. So auto didn't do a damn thing. Lowering these to 0 just made it worse. What if we go to max? Okay. Alright. So we just want to make sure that they're at max. One more test then. And we'll just do that with the right-click menu for now. Revert to launch. Yeah, just nod and smile. I'm going to go ahead and time warp again, and we know that that alarm's going to create an issue, so we'll just delete it, since we know we're going to revert. We're going to do a backflip and try that one more time. Okay. Apparently there is quite the jump there. So I'm going to put these up to max. Try it again. Looking good. SAS on. Fire the engine. Let's turn on the lights too. Surprised that we still have electricity. Oh, we don't have electric charge. Interesting. And we don't generate any. There's no alternator in this rocket. So can I still deploy everything? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, looks like it. Probably should have waited for that to get a little further away from us before I did that, though. Let's deploy the gear. Fuckles? Why didn't my rotors work? Oh, because I have no electricity, which makes perfect sense. So I lied. Yet another one. Come one, come all. Enter the love, I don't know, thing. Well, we gotta get Psy into it in car. Let's try this again without time warping for a year. Hopefully, we'll have a little bit of electricity left. It makes sense. The rest of the things that was able to do make no sense. Because I don't know how the hell a hydraulic would have kicked on without any sort of signal. It's everything's spring-loaded. I just want daytime. Oh, I forgot about this. Sorry, alarm. You're gonna have to wait. Don't want to go up to 500,000 billion time warp. A little bit more than 2 timing, I think. It'll be fine. Okay, so we should have enough electric charge. Let's go ahead and raise those up to max. We'll set them in the VAB for max by default, if this works out well. Just double checking. SAS on. Turn on the lights. Try this again. Kitty claws out? Oh dear. Doesn't matter where we set down, the final touchdown is all that matters. But I do want to be on land. I don't want to go toward the water there. Let's try to nose down a little bit before we separate from that death trap there. There we go. When we have electricity, they deploy much better. And then we'll just time warp for the final result. What are we at? We're at about 1,000. Should only take a second. Can't see my shadow. I didn't wait long enough in the day. Shadow's probably way over there. Oh, it's right there. I can barely see it. And then if this works, we should be able to pass it. We should be able to start doing our tourist missions with actual landing gear instead of using the bay to keep us from tipping over. And if it doesn't work, fuck it. We'll get rid of them. Oh, hijack away. I could use the chat stats. It doesn't bother me one bit. Talk about arts and crafts for all I care. It's okay-ish. I'm really worried that these are just going to result in death. Even if we land on a mountain, I don't know if we're actually better off with these landing gear than we would be with no landing gear. So I don't know if I'm comfortable passing these for full-time service. I mean, we could always just leave them retracted and use the crew hatch the way that we have been. Because it does work as a kickstand. It does keep us from rolling. If we end up landing on the side of a mountain, I think we might be fucked no matter which way we go. What do these do if I deploy them on the ground? Do we just hop around forever? No, it's not that bad. So maybe touch down with them and then deploy them for the crew to actually leave. And it's not really too big of a concern with these, but I would want them higher up on the vessel too. I want the vessel to be low enough that this guy can get out of here. Well, this is a gal, but that whoever the pilot is can get out and then get back in eventually. So I don't know. Don't know what we're gonna do with these. Gotta rethink your life? Oh no. Oh dear. Shit in chat is getting serious. I guess we'll leave them. I am a little nervous. I don't know if I'm going to use them unless I'm sure that we're going to be on flat land. But I think I do like the slight angle that we put on. So let's get rid of that. Let's go ahead and put the original deployer on there, and we'll save this as the final version of our tourist vessel. Really? I gotta rebuild my fucking fairing? Every time. Can't have anything pretty. Okay, and I want this to dead end right here, I think. Well, pretty much anywhere that it'll look okay. Because it's not like we'll be opening up the bay before we actually deploy it. Let's check over our staging before we make our final save here, too. Fine, just leave. It's fine. Whoa. My parachutes are on at the wrong angle. Who the hell is responsible for this? Bob? Had to have been Bob. He goes and hops in shits he's not supposed to be in. He attaches our parachutes at odd angles and makes us fight the drag torque. You just gotta keep an eye on these guys. Alright, everything looks good. Should be fully recoverable, too. So, as far as staging, we could go and move this into its own stage, because we're not going to fire it. I think I might add that to the solid rocket booster disconnect. So we'll fire the SRBs on the pad. We'll go ahead and fire that when we disconnect from the solid rocket boosters. There was that explosion there too, and I still have no idea what the hell that was. But I don't see anything clipping. Parachutes wouldn't have had anything to do with it. It looks like our fairing clears just fine. So maybe we'll take care of it later. Then we separate from the inner stage fairing here. We do not want to hot fire the next stage, so that'll go there. Then we have separation from the upper stage. All of the parachutes are fine as long as the heat shield is up there by itself. Wait a minute. Heat shield and heat shield? Do I have two heat shields? Okay, we're definitely not that kind of girl. My bad. You get out of here. Okay, now everything looks better. But I do have to rebuild this one more time. Hashtag blame Bob. Oop, I didn't mean to put an angle on that. like how that terminated. Edit you. Okay, and now we have to work on, well, we don't have to, we get to work on a low resolution altimetry satellite. So this, I think, can be saved as is. And what I really got to do is save over the other one. But I think I might test that a little bit more. Let's go to new. And the highlight of this is going to be one of our pieces of science equipment, but I'm not sure which core to go with. You don't even want to play anything? I hate those moods. I was invited to join the Steel Division 2 beta, and that's kind of my, can't think of anything else that I want to play, or don't want to, overplay Kerbal Space Program. So I've been playing a lot of that. I guess we'll go with the Hex. I think that's our best probe core at the moment. And I already have kind of an idea of what I want to do with this. I think we're going to use batteries for our structure, but I'm not sure how many. Orientation shouldn't matter because we're just going to end up covering them. I think that's enough. The piece of science equipment that's required for this is going to be the altimetry sensor. And this is going to map elevations of whatever it's orbiting. Then let's do some solar back here. We'll do probably an antenna on the other side. And I know that these are going to be blocked. They're mostly for looks. So let's do our solar there. Then when it comes to comms, can I surface attach? Oh, I can. I can surface attach a freaking dipole. Yes. It is restock. I've never used it before. This is my first time. I'm liking it. I guess technically it's my second time because while we were waiting for Copernicus to update, we tried out our mod pack for the actual first time on stock playthrough. I'm just making sure that that's not gonna clip into any of our solar panels. So that'll serve as our Omni antenna once we're in orbit. And then I think I want this little fella right, if I can figure out how to rotate things, right on the back there. Okay, it doesn't look like that's going to clip into anything either. I might put a cover on that. I think what I'm actually going to do is cover that up with the radar. Check for clipping again. Why you no attach? Thought we were friends. So we'll just attach it up here. The skin set ain't loyal, baby. Move that right there. Nobody will ever know. Mwahaha! Oh, why doesn't Bob have his VIP? If you guys have never met him, Mr. Ohio Bob is one of the developers involved in JNSQ, the map pack that we are currently indulging in. Very cool guy. Also, did a lot of work on GPP, amongst other things as well. So let's put that there. And I wonder if it'll look okay if I do a second set in here to hide all that crap. I really like some of the stuff that it adds. Restock, we have found uses for the vast majority of it that we've come across. It seems pretty well balanced and everything too. I kind of dig it. I don't want those so close. So do I want to move these inward? I think I do. I think I just want to move that in a smidge. I'll go ahead and match it up here. And then on the front, I'm going to reattach these, but I want the front ones off to the side. Kind of like, nyah. We're just making a protective solar panel shell, if you will. And then let's do some large ones on the opposite sides. You're up till 4 in the morning? Oh my goodness. I ended up staying up chatting with Bob from THC until the end of it. But thankfully it got over at about 9 o'clock my time. Let's do some lighting. And we'll put them a little bit lower. Might be able to get away with them up here. But we are going to cover them with some solar panels. So hopefully we'll have enough room. And these are going to be a little bit trickier. Oh, maybe they won't. They're freaking huge. So they won't be a whole lot trickier. I already hate it. So the plan was to use the larger solar panels on the sides. And I don't think I'm going to like it if I do. So, because we're going to be clipping into the dipole and everything, I think I want to detach these and this. I'm going to get rid of these altogether. Let's take care of the solar thing first. And then I think I'll reattach our equipment off at a 45. Nah, it's going to be easier for me to attach these off at the 45. The solar panels off at a 45. I want just a little tiny gap in there for our equipment. And then we'll go to a structural piece, probably from near future. Let's go with the medium one. And I only want 2, and I want the profile to be the planar profile. And then I have to take off part symmetry. And we'll reattach all of our gear. Of course, this thing is going to be a pain in the ass about attaching to that, so I'll have to throw it on there, rotate it, and relocate it. And then we'll go ahead and throw the high gain on the backside. And I'm not sure how the game is going to handle me moving stuff around. We'll find out. Oh, looks like it's going to be perfectly fine with it. I don't know, I like it. It's only half a ton. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the radar being there. I may relocate those to the top. Because, although we could deliver multiple of these in one launch, which would require us leaving it stackable, I don't know if we actually will. I don't think we're going to. Let's work on propulsion. Let's go ahead and pull this little guy. Put it up here. Let's take a look at our tanks. I think we're going to end up using monopropellant engines so that the only kind of fuel that we have on board is monopropellant. don't think that one is going to do the trick. Might do. Although I am cutting down on our batteries, so I may go to radial batteries and see if I can hide them in here. Maybe. And what are we going to end up with on a monopropellant-driven orbital maneuvering engine? About 655 non-atmospheric delta V. I think that's fine. I think I want to go to a basic mount, and I want to scale it down just one step, though. Because that's still an under 4-minute burn time, and that's not that bad. And then I do think that I want to get rid of this upper battery, and I want to relocate the solar panels and everything down a little bit, closer to center. I don't have an angled tank that I can put on the bottom of that, unfortunately. I would love to. I might write a little mod manager patch so that we can put monopropellant inside of this, but I don't really know how to balance it, because I think if we take a liquid fuel tank and we load it up with monopropellant... Okay, so, like, take a look at these tanks. It's a little seamless, rounded tank that's got a lot of wasted space in there for a housing that holds it in place in the center of the tank. So this same size tank, if we were to switch it over to liquid fuel, should be able to hold more volume than if we hold a gas. And I'm not sure how to balance that out. If I go and add, like, I don't want to cheat it in there, is what I'm saying. But it would be nice to put something like that above the engine, just for looks. But I don't have anything that'll hold monopropellant, so that can't happen this time. Let's check out the other variants of this thing's mounts, too. That might look okay, but only if we clip it into the tank a little. Which I guess I'm okay with. That's not too bad. And then it kind of looks like it was supposed to be that way, right? That's not a whole lot of DV, but it might be enough. I'm debating whether to double the size of this thing and make it taller. That would give me a little bit of extra room for batteries. Let's go ahead and fiddle around with those. So if we go with the Z400, can I hide those in there and have it not look like shit? That's not too bad. I think that'll do, donkey. Oh, come on, mouse. Oh, no. Oh, flirting with disaster here. There. Then we can get rid of that and add another can. Could do two, but I don't know how I'm going to angle the upper solar panels to cover it. So that one might have to go. That'll put us to over 1,000 DV. I'm also not sure, there is a DV map of this in there. So if we were to do a transfer from a polar orbit out to, say, the Mun, about how much DV would we need for that? So to be safe, we're going to want probably 2,000, right? 15 for the transfer, nearly 400, well, nearly 15 and a half for the transfer, nearly 400 for the capture. because we would want it to settle into a stable polar orbit with a secondary burn. So I'm not quite packing enough punch. That, and I just noticed that my burn time went a little AWOL there. So if I take you back up to normal size, I definitely take care of that burn time at a cost of only a little bit of DV, about 100 meters a second of delta V. We would need a kickoff stage, and I think I'm comfortable with that. I think as far as final payload, I'm okay with what we have here. We're going to lower it a little bit further with some additional solar. Mostly for looks. Might have to throw some batteries on too. We'll take it up for a test though. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. You saw nothing. How can I cover this? I don't think solar panels are gonna be the answer here. I guess we could turn it into a relay. And that would give us kind of an adequate dome, and then we could do solar panels around the center there. I could transition these down further. Oh, you know what I'm totally forgetting already? A maneuvering step. Shiitake. So what am I going to leave my DV at if I did another set of batteries up top? Kind of actually like the look of that. And I definitely want to go with the little tiny restock plus thruster pack. I think we want... Let's see, if we do the 5 nozzle and I put it right in the center, I might be able to get away with just 2 of these little guys. Right now I have lights there. Trying to think about part symmetry and whether these are going to be like extremely out of balance or not. If they are, then I want to go with 2 different sets of thrusters at the one near the bottom and one near the top. Oh, there we go. We do have a V-shaped one. Crap. Okay, so what I'll have to do is that. Or just move the batteries out of the way. And then we'll do another set down here. Let's check out RCS build aid. Because this isn't evenly distributed, unfortunately. So power-wise, I would imagine that the engine weighs more than the... yeah, than the dish up at the top. So we'll have to lower the power here. Oh, am I doing that bass backwards? Yes. Engine weighs more. No, I don't think I can balance it. Shit. And I am going to have an offset anyway, so I think what I want to do is probably split this up into two smaller ones. Let's go back to the compact mount. Let's take it down to a little feller again. And I forgot to put them on a radial symmetry. Wait, mirrored symmetry. So the back side is the heavy side. These guys gotta go. I have to go with a 5, and I want to go with 2 of them. This is where it gets tricky, right? Maybe not, actually. Let's move this to center. We'll use this one to line up the second set. I think that's just about right. Yeah, that looks pretty dead on. I might still be off by a smidge, though. So you go there. Why won't she balance? There. Because I had just overdone it. Okay. So, thrust torque is still off a little bit since I added some additional weight on that side. And this is gonna have to go just a little bit further over. There. Alright, so we have our payload. I did massacre our Delta B, which is unfortunate. Let's move this battery down, which I don't think will throw everything off too badly. I'm mainly just moving it down so that the thruster block has something to actually like attach to, because right now we're using magic. Okay, still looks fine. So we need to take it up. We need to see how this is going to perform. We need a decoupler, just a wee little one. That's a stack separator. How do I want to do this? Because I don't think I can make these any smaller, can I? Oh, I can. Because it's got to be able to clear the engines. And those batteries, too. Oh, yeah. 10%? Let's go a little bit bigger. do 30. I don't think I have any round, like, struts that would really work for a standoff. I can probably go with a medium there, though. We could even go with a planer. Planer might look the best. It's just a little bit too big for me to use this guy, I think. I don't know, it's pretty close. That will work. And then we need whatever the hell that's going to attach to. The kickoff stage. No, I do have to go with a medium. That's fine. It's not that much bigger. Oh, what was our final payload on... I mean, not counting that tiny little decoupler, we're at just over 1 ton for the satellite itself. Shouldn't be too bad. I hope. A smart man will go and put more solar panels down here, but we're all out of smart men. So, from there, I don't have the transition tank that I want. I can make an artificial one that'll go up to the diameter that we need. Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. And then I think I just actually want to duplicate those parts. And go to... This will be the kickoff stage. And we do want to make sure that, that this will be destroyed. So I don't want to use anything, you know, expensive. I might use a pug for that. What are we looking at? Holy shitballs, never mind a pug. That is way too long burn time. Okay, 4 minutes might be acceptable. Do we have alternate mounts? We have a boat tail. That would work. That doesn't look terrible, I don't think. We're looking at a 4-minute burn time for 2,500 DV, which is plenty enough for what we want to do. We want this to be the final stage that finishes out the payload's orbit, and then we also want this to be the stage that kicks us off to the moon. Then we're going to need to destroy this when we get there, because we don't want any debris. It's definitely a condition during the build process. If it looks like we're going to have excess debris, then that's a fail. Let's go ahead and move this over a little bit to compensate for the payload there, because this is going to be firing out in space, so we have to use monopropellant to stay on target. And then I think we can just go into it now. Action group number 1. We're going to go ahead and toggle our upper nozzles, and we want them to start out disabled by default. The only problem with this tank, it's going to be a real fucking pain for me to set up RCS on it. Oh, maybe it won't be. Maybe it won't be. Let's disconnect that. We'll do the smaller of the two cans. On the top and the bottom. That'll give us a nice surface to attach our monopropellant nozzles. And since I detached this, I do have to readjust. Really, you gonna be a bitch? You're not gonna let me go down to 0? I think we can live with 0.01 on our torque readout. Really? I can't get 0? Balls. And since we offset the entire tank, the monopropellant nozzles, I'm pretty sure, can just go right in the middle there. Let's do 4 four-ways. Nah, that's excessive. Let's do 2 5-ways. Good morning, Zerpia. I don't like the lower nozzle. I don't hate it or anything, but right here it looks a little wonky. I just don't really have enough space, so yeah, I think we'll go with the 3-way off at a 45 degree again. Which brings me back up to 4 nozzles. But I think it fits a little bit better. Oh, and I screwed the entirety of the pooch on that one. Okay, you go there, and you go there. I think that might be okay. Ooh, clipping into my tank a little bit. So you're gonna have to go up a bit. You'll have to go out. Thankfully it has enough of a block on the bottom that there's no like gap in there. That looks better. We could probably go and adjust the attachment node on the bottom of that to compensate for that so that we don't actually have to relocate it and so that it won't clip into the tank. But I'm feeling kind of lazy at the moment. I might not. We do have micro RCS blocks too, though. Oh, that was another thing that we should probably throw up in the Discord channel too. We did have to go and delete a file from mandatory RCS to get the textures to show up properly. So I'll have to remember what the name of it was. I could probably find it in the recycle bin, and then I'll throw that up on the Discord. Alright, I think it's good enough. Let's see, now that we have those on there, if we can just fine-tune this a little bit better. And no. It's like I can't get it down to 0. I may be able to if I offset this piece just a little bit as well, but I don't think it's really worth tinkering with. I think we'll be fine. So this little guy unfortunately does have to die, and there's a couple of different ways that we could do that. I think what the plan is going to be, I think the plan will be to execute the majority of the maneuver, and then stage from this for the remainder of the maneuver, just to make sure that this is going to smash into the moon, and this is going to be able to go in for a capture. And then I think one more thing that I do want to do, just move that up so that the planar strut is terminating inside of the tank. Just to make it look a little bit better and more compact. I think that'll be fine. Taking a KSP break? Huh. What are you gonna play? Okay. So the rest of this should be lined up since we offset the entire upper stage. The next thing that we probably want is a decoupler. That's a little buku. Actually, that might be the way to go, but let's do that one. Let's get rid of that funky ass shroud. And then we'll do our fairing, payload fairing. Not gonna do anything else, just need to not stare at the game for a minute. I think we've all been there. I could close it there, but that'd be a little silly. Trying to see if I'm far enough away from the radar that that's not gonna clip. think it'll be okay. I do want one other piece of equipment, but I don't want this piece of equipment to end up staying attached to the actual probe. Do need an Omni antenna that's going to start on by default. And I only want one. We won't need batteries. We'll be using the batteries on the probe for this. Okay, and it looks like I want it on this side. I'm going to try to get rid of that. There we go, baby. Get rid of that little bit of extra torque by adding the antenna there. Perfect. Excellent. Alright, so mass of the payload that we need to get to orbit is going to be around 4 tons. Just a hair over 4 tons. Shouldn't be a problem. I think our target delta V for the lifter, I'm trying to decide here, because we know that we want about 2,000 delta V. I don't want this to be able to perform the entire burn, and I also don't want to have to do a secondary burn to smash it into the planet. So do I want to go for 5,000 on the lifter, or do I want to go for 4,000 on the lifter and split the delta V of the this stage between the burns? First time you see me build something this small. It's not. That's not inaccurate. This is I think our smallest. Well, okay, we had that one magnetometer probe, but that didn't really count. That thing had like 4 pieces, and one of them was well, I guess I don't have... Oh yeah, I think it was actually a tank from KW. The main part of that little guy was like a tank like that. And then we just had a magnetometer off to the side. We had a little probe core, I think a QBE on the front of it. And then I think it had like one deployable dorsal solar panel. And then an engine. But yeah, it's pretty small. Should we start off with a Tundra and another tank for an adapter? Or should we go with SSTU through the whole lifter? So we could do something like that. And I'm thinking probably 4 solid rocket boosters to give it its initial lift. And then this guy, just a fairly efficient upper stage engine. With retro rockets for kicking it out of orbit. Maybe. Let's go... Should we go with the Merlin? Thrust to weight ratio is a little low. Unless we cluster it. Gonna be a little high if we cluster it though. I think we can live with 0.9. The 2-minute 41-second burn time. I think that might be okay. And it does have that little bit of a flare out there. Let's change the mount. Just get rid of it. There we go. Now we shouldn't interfere with any decouplers. Hopefully. Let's go ahead and just start out with one set of decouplers to the north and to the south. Kickbacks are pretty damn big. I think I'll do the SSTU. Initially, this is just going to go into a polar orbit, and then eventually it will transition to the moon, into a polar orbit around the moon. So I'm trying to decide either maybe 4 and some change DV by stage 5, so that we use a little bit of the fuel that's in the upper stage but not all of it, or if I just want this thing to get it to orbit and then deorbit it with retro rockets and leave it with the entirety of the remaining fuel, which is a little tiny bit wasteful since we know that we're going to destroy it. I think it might be okay. So let's increase these a little bit. Uh-oh. Core. We're looking at 3.5 with just 2 of them. Ideally, we won't actually fire the liquid fuel engine until we stage these away. I wonder if I should just do a sub-assembly now for solid rocket boosters. Trying to remember if it let me reposition the separation rockets, or if it got all fudged up when I relocate them if they're radial attached. I don't recall. Ah, fuck it. Let's just go with this for now. We're gonna end up with 4 of these, more than likely. I think I like the look of that. Yeah, I think we can live with that. So I want to go ahead and throw these down. We'll use the nose cone as kind of our bookmark for which way is outward. And I think it was kickbacks that we were using for our separation booster, separation rockets. Let's go into radial symmetry. Let's do... Trying to figure out which way they want to go. Perfect. I was using these because I can scale them down to the size that I want. Oh, that's opposite of what I want. That would be a catastrophe. On that. Don't think they count as separation rockets if they fire and move the booster into the main rocket, do they? These have an outrageously long burn time, so we'll take them down to just a little tiny bit of fuel. I may have to actually bump them up one size. Doesn't seem like these are protruding quite as far as the previous set, but we'll see how they work. We'll do a couple of tests. So we want those. I think we want our control surfaces to remain on this portion of the rocket this time. So I'm going to go ahead and add some tail fins to the just the one side of the outside of the solid rocket booster, and then we also do want these to be recoverable, if at all possible. So I'm going to do 4 chutes, and I'm going to oversize the bottom one to get us up to, or get us down to 5.9 meters a second there. We'll just go up to it a clean 150%. I can't think of anything else that we should need. I believe that's going to be just fine. Get that out of there. Oh, I hate it when I do that. So what I need to do is reattach this in that orientation, and then it should snap on properly. There we go. What else do we have for a nose cone? Do something a little bit better. I think that might be a little bit better. Just so that we can snug this up a little bit more. Make a copy of that. Hello? Okay. Well, that's interesting. What the hell is going on here? Please attach? Funky. I've never had that happen. Okay. It'll work over here. Well, fuck it. We'll take it. Whatever's clever. And then this part also needs to remain recoverable. And we'll do that with just some radial parachutes on the bottom here. Let's go with 4 and see how that does. Looks like 4 is plenty. Whoop. Just checking the symmetry here. Looking for any clipping into like that fairing there. We've got just a tiny little gap there and an almost non-existent gap over here. There we go. Should be a little safer. Okay. So the reason that I put those on in 2 and 2 is so that we can separate them independently from one another. We're going to move all of them down into the main stage. We're not going to fire our liquid booster until the second staging. So the first stage here is going to be our SRBs to the east and the west. And then I also want the little separation rockets to fire. And those two look just fine. At that stage, we'll go ahead and fire the liquid engine. And that leaves us with just enough DV by stage 2 to get into an orbit. Or, well, pretty damn close. I mean, I don't think that we gain any efficiency from elevation with our main lifter's liquid booster. Or a liquid engine, the... What are we using, a Merlin? Yeah. So we've got around 4,000 right now. Let's see what it actually finally ends up being. So with these guys, I want them to burn hot and fast. These guys, I want them nice and low. I think I want their TWR at sea level somewhere around like 1.3. Maybe even lower. I want them to last quite a while longer. So they'll last about twice as long as the other ones. Probably just have to do a test flight and see where we end up. Then we'll have the discard the fairing here. All the parachutes can stay where the parachutes are. This little guy will go into the next group. Let's see, that's going to be recoverable, so we don't want to hot fire the next engine. And then we've got final separation and deployment. Okay, I think we're looking okay. It doesn't look like I'm going to need a retro rocket for the liquid stage to be able to deorbit itself. It looks like it'll still be suborbital when we separate from it. So I think we're good here. Other than, I want this to remain in its current orientation. And hopefully not fuck up my staging. And I want the payload off that way so that I nose down into my gravity turn. Just makes things a little bit easier on me. So let's double check. We've got firing the main solid rocket boosters, separation of the east and west solid rocket booster, then separation of the two SRBs that'll be alongside of us when we activate our liquid fuel engine. We'll be able to burn that until we reach AP. Staging of the fairing probably should go into its own stage, and the parachute stage can just fuck off. That can just go up there. Separation. I am probably going to put some retro rockets in there, but I think we're ready for a test flight. So, this is a low resolution altimetry sat. Version 1. Let's go see how she does. This is just going to be a test flight, so we'll go ahead and go for an eastern orbit. Just a equatorial orbit, but eventually when we do a live flight of this, when we pass it and see how it performs up in space and everything, we are going to want to orient for a polar orbit. We're going to want to head directly north. So we'll go ahead and throttle up now. Won't matter, we're not going to fire that engine quite yet, and we're ready to rock. 3, 2, 1, go. Let's keep an eye on our power, because it will be a little bit before we actually fire the liquid fuel engine with the alternator, but I think we've got plenty of batteries. Oh, I put my probe core in backwards. I have to nose up to head east, so I'll have to fix that. AP's just out in front of us. These SRBs don't look like they're going to last anywhere near as long as I thought, but they are kind of small and fairly cheap. I want to give us just a little bit of an angle into our gravity turn for now. Ooh. It's a little jumpy. Our thrust to weight ratio is a lot higher than I thought. Separation stage 1 looks great. We could take some more fuel out of those. They're burning way longer than they need to. Thrust to weight ratio is settled down to about 1.5, which is pretty well perfect. AP is coming up on 55, so let's get over to our prograde and start pulling it down horizontal while we burn through the rest of this fuel, leading up to the next stage and the ignition of our liquid booster. AP's coming up on 70k. I'm a little off again, so I want to adjust south. There's 75. We'll go ahead and fire the liquid booster. And just about in time for us to get rid of our fairing, too. Thrust to weight ratio is quite low, but we do have a lot of time to finish out this burn. Actual altitude is just past 60 kilometers. Apoapsis is just coming up on 80, so we have 20 kilometers of ascension before we would actually hit AP. And we can just burn off some fuel. Continue working on that orbital velocity. I'll have to keep an eye out here. I forgot to pack on extra DV, so I will end up extending this, and I'll probably either cluster or, go with multiple engines, or swap it out for a more efficient upper stage. Because only part of what we fire is going to actually be within the atmosphere. I forgot to nose up a little bit. I was aiming for 80k. Upper atmosphere is at 85. Let's go ahead and kick on our lights and see how that looks. Not too bad. Got a little bit further to go before we activate our antenna. We're nearly at AP, so let's go back out to the map view. Keep an eye on that. So I'm going to stay right at AP. Don't want to pass it. Be a little bit easier if I had the probe core in the proper orientation. Not looking too bad, though. Dine at the restaurant at the moon. No atmosphere. Ooh, I don't know. We'll have to check the Yelp reviews. We need a lot of burn out of this. I think we're really going to benefit from the more efficient upper stage, aren't we? So for the remainder of this, I'm just nosing down toward horizontal. Wait, what? I'm not high enough. I gotta stop doing that shit. I was circularizing at 80 again. Alright, let's kick it off. This is why we didn't need retro rockets. That won't be coming all the way up into orbit with us. Do you not have gimbal? Okay, so we have to activate RCS. Do a mandatory RCS on. We'll be far more efficient when I actually pay attention to our freaking AP. We're going to be getting out of range shortly here, so let's go ahead. We've got a little bit of time before we actually reach AP. Let's go ahead and start activating equipment and see how our power consumption is going to go. I want this front antenna to target active vessel. I want the rear antenna, which is higher powered, I think, to target Kerbin. Not specifically any one launch site, just in cone mode, targeting Kerbin. Oh, I got a little bit closer to AP. What was our thrust to weight ratio? Dick all. So I don't want to get any closer to AP. I want to start burning now. Our little pug. He's adorable. Let's see if we can get into orbit here. Pretty sure we got this. I'm going to reset SAS so that I can nose up, though, because we are quickly approaching AP. We're almost at our final orbital velocity, though. We're looking pretty good. So we ended up in a stable orbit at 90.5 and 88. Not too bad. Fairly circular. I did have some adjustment though, and I wonder... It's been fairly consistent. We're about half a degree off on takeoff when we lean directly to the east. So I wonder... No, because I know the coordinates for the freaking KSC. So we should be launching right from the equator. Does that mean astronauts get mistletoe? It might. Mr. Rendiff posted a joke. If athletes get athlete's foot, does that mean astronauts get mistletoe? They just might. So what does that leave us with on DV here, total? Around 2,500, so just about right on. I think we need a little bit more delta V in the lifter, and then that should leave us enough DV for going from a polar orbit around the homeworld here, whenever it's in position, for a transfer into a polar orbit around the Mun, so that the one scanner can perform 2 contracts, and then we need a separate scanner that's going to head out to Minmus, directly out to Minmus. And this will function as a redundant relay. We might have a problem actually doing the second, actually performing the transfer. So I think that'll be our initial timer for when we have to get our relay network up. Because we do want a 4-satellite equatorial communication relay. Otherwise, though, no real problem. So let's continue with our test. If everything goes perfectly, what we'll end up doing, this will end up in a polar orbit. We're going to wait for the moon to be in the right position for us to not have to change that orbit and to just swing right over into a polar orbit around the moon. We want our initial burn to terminate when we're on a collision course with the moon, and that'll get rid of this stage. So that little guy will be gone. Did I lose my connection? I did, so I have to time warp just a smidge here. We need to get an active connection again. And that'll just continuously be a problem until we do get a real relay set up. Okay, so we've got a connection that we've bounced off of another, actually off of our telescope. So we would stage from that little guy, and it looks like everything's clearing properly. We had that little structural standoff. Then we would activate our monopropellant-driven stage. And what I want to see now, I just want to... Ooh, I probably want to move those down a little bit. The, looks like we're having a problem with real plume. So we'll just move those down a little bit. Don't think anything's, like, overheating. But mainly what I'm looking for, I just want to, actually verify that we're not veering off course. Right now I don't have our monopropellant nozzles activated, so let's go ahead and hit action group number 1, and we'll activate these little guys. Those are what will help us change inclination, pitch, whatever, while we go. And they seem to be plenty powerful enough. No, it looks like we're holding on target just fine. We're not seeing like little bursts coming from these randomly or anything like that. So, another concern, do we have enough power? Do we have enough battery storage? Let's go ahead and time warp. We can time warp for the vast majority of the remainder of this test. I'm going to go through, I want everything activated. I want to go through a night cycle. Oopsie. I have a dead spot here where I'm blocking my solar panels. So let's rotate over. Find a good position. Shit. I might not have enough solar panels. Live stream from the space station. They made a ton of money off of Orbit's donations. Love it. Better engine lights? I don't think so. I think all I have is, well, we have real plume stock configs, and I think there might be a third one that has something to do with those things too. I'll have to look at the list. I need to give... Oh, no, we're fine. I was just blocking it a little bit. There we go. Now we'll generate power. We're going to have to pay really close attention to the orientation of this, because our equipment is going to block... Like, if I had the radar actually pointing at the sun, it is going to block these solar panels. They're mostly for looks. These are the only active ones, and I can't really face them both toward the sun because of the antenna. Actually, yeah, it looks like I can. And they generate enough power. Let's go and reset SAS. I just want to time warp and build up power. I want to see if we have enough battery to go through an entire dark phase of an orbit with the batteries that we have now. We're going to be at I think a fairly low orbit. I'm pretty sure this is a fairly low sensor. Well, looks like we'll be okay. If we can go through an entire dark part of the orbit around the home world here, then we ought to be just fine at either of the moons. But we do have to pay attention to our resting orientation, especially for the travel to the moon. We wouldn't want to run out of power halfway there. Gonna be real tricky to regain control of this little shit if we get there with no electricity, right? Okay. It seemed to perform pretty well. Is there anything else that I have to look at before we go and revert this? I can't think of anything. I think I just want to kick the power up on the booster a smidge. I think it looks fine. It's got kind of a funny looking booty, but I'm okay with the spacing on the antennas and everything. I don't know, I think it's okay. And we're going to have two different versions of this because it's going to take us a little bit of extra DV to get... Well, let's verify that before I go talking out my ass. Did I not leave the DV map up? Looks like I didn't. $1570, but only 230 for a capture on Minmus. So we should be able to use the same deployer and everything to get it out to Minmus. But we might have to switch things around a little bit so that the initial lifter will give us a bit of our kickoff, and then we destroy that in on Minmus. I don't know, maybe. I do know for sure that we want about 2,000 DV left over, though, by the time we get this thing into orbit for the transfer and the capture. So we're a little bit low on the final one. That's why we have that other stage that we kicked off. Okay, revert. Take it back to the VAB, undo everything that we did during the test flight. Oh, I just noticed that Cyber hosted me about an hour ago. Thank you, Cy. Appreciate you, man. Sorry about that. I think what I want to do is get rid of this guy. Well, let's leave it here for now for comparison. I think I want a more efficient upper stage engine. I'm trying to remember what the hell we used on the other one. Wow. That is an amazing engine. A Marlin? That thing is freaking buku, though. We're at 7,500 total non-atmospheric delta V. If we swap it out for this guy, we're at 7.4. Hello, Dom. I take that down to something a little bit more reasonable for this vessel. And then we're at a little over 8,000. And it fits much better. I'll have to get rid of that transition tank. TWR quite low, but we're going to burn through a hell of a lot of fuel, and we should have enough time to do it too. It's got about a 4-minute, 19-second total burn time. I think we might go with that instead of adding additional fuel. Yeah. Yeah, a couple of VIPs hanging out. Sigma stopped by this morning. I'm sure you know his name. He's Kerbal Space Program mods. Sigma stopped by for a little while. And Mr. Bob stopped by for a bit too. I don't know, I think I like it. So let's take it up for another test flight. Let's see what we end up at. And maybe we'll go a little bit higher on the solid rocket boosters. I'm going to take one of them down to about 1.5. I think I'm going to take the thrust limiter on this one all the way down. And maybe we'll adjust that one up a little bit higher. Well, it's going to max out at 3, so I probably don't want to go any higher, even though we're going to start out a little bit suboptimal. Oh, and I'm on the wrong fucking... My bad. Don't want that. Just a little bit lower. Since we totally brought the other one down. I was on non-atmospheric DV. I too am lurking. $2,783. What are we at non-atmospheric? Around 5,000? So depending on how long we have to burn the liquid fuel stage of this, we should be able to get it up into orbit. It just depends on how much we waste at a lower altitude with it. Might work out though. Okay, so staging shouldn't be affected by any of that. Was there anything else that I needed to change that you guys can think of? Did I forget any action groups or anything like that? I don't think so. I believe we're okay. Oh, probe orientation. That was one thing that I do need to change. On that to stay in the current orientation. On this upper part, flipped all the way around. I'll just make it a little bit easier on my brain. See how the new engine performs. It might be too underpowered. Ooh, Mittens hit me up on Discord. He's doing an interview with Reed today. He's asking if we had any questions or clips that we wanted to include in it. Off the top of my head, I wish I had a little bit more time to consider it. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. Can you guys think of anything? Let's go back to the BAB. I want lighting on this for sure. That's okay. It's not a very big rocket, so we shouldn't need, like, spotlights, I don't think. If we do, then we just want maybe 2 of them. I think just surface lighting will do the trick. Let's go with 4-way spotlights. Let's put them right above the 2 rockets that we staged first. Oh, that was another thing that I did want to change. These burn for a lot longer than they need to. Can I take the fuel down any further? It looks like it can, by just a little bit. It won't really affect our total DV or anything. It's just a 1 less gram of fuel, but they don't need it, so why give it to them, right? Okay. Second quality check test flight. Hopefully I can nose down into my gravity turn. If not, I'm going to go and reorient the damn probe again. Should be just right. Oh yeah. All I want is so that I want to be able to nose down toward the 90 whenever I can. It might work. Let's go ahead and throttle up. 3, 2, 1, go. So another reason that I wanted to redo this, even though we didn't really change a whole lot, other than that one engine, which is kind of a big deal. I want to see if I can do better on my ascent profile. Because I was totally aiming for the wrong altitude. I'm still mentally adjusting to the atmosphere being at 85 kilometers. Let's get our surface speed up, and then we'll start into a gravity turn. Keeping an eye on our TWR too. Right now we're approaching thrust to weight ratio of about 2.5. Got about maybe 20%, 15% of our fuel left in the first two SRBs, and then it should level out. Let's get ready to stage. Oh. It's the wrong two. So I've lost my control surfaces that are actually going to help me maintain our angle here. And that might be GG. We'll keep going for now. I'm gonna have to mark the less powerful two. And I either need to just swap the staging around or go and reconfigure for this orientation, or just pop that back off, turn it, and throw it back up there. Brad Paula, 3 months. Oh my goodness. Good morning. Ish. Good morning, afternoon, evening. Good to see ya. How are you doing today? You guys all amped up for the upcoming weekend? Got any plans? I do like the performance of the separation rockets. It doesn't look like they burn for too long. It's still longer than is actually necessary, but it doesn't seem like it's too long. Let's go ahead and get rid of our fairing. Thrust to weight ratio is at a very modest 0.8, and this is a much more efficient engine, so it will take it longer to improve that thrust to weight ratio. I didn't even pay attention to the max there. I need to push up a little bit further before I go horizontal. And I may need to stay at a positive angle to keep AP out in front of us. Finally home after a 12-hour shift. Oh my goodness. Kick them feet up, grab a brew. Chillax. Hopefully it wasn't too rough of a day. Definitely a long day from the sound of it though. I think I'm gonna have to kind of hold like a positive 5 degree while we burn through this fuel. And we just got out into space, so we should be at max ISP. Trying to figure out what angle I need to actually keep AP out in front of me. It's getting a little alarming. We're all the way up to a 30-degree angle, and we're still approaching AP. Okay. Stabilized at about 40. I think we're a little too underpowered for our upper engine. Maybe. Depends on how much fuel we end up with. Unfortunately, we're devoting about 40% of our thrust to just maintaining altitude rather than gaining orbital velocity, which is not all that good of a trade. Been doing up to 14 hours the last couple of months. Oh my goodness. Someday, when you actually have time to think, hopefully you'll have a decent amount of savings, though. I used to love that in the oil field. Every now and then you, I don't know, it was a weird thing. Like, your boss gets fired, and then the new boss brings his own crew in, so you end up losing your job because of somebody else's fuck-ups or inefficiencies. But then you go and you check your bank account, and you're like, oh, fuck, I don't need to work for the rest of the year. I'm fine. I was kind of okay with those moments. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not leaving us with a whole hell of a lot of extra fuel. I might go back to the previous engine, cluster it, and add additional DV, add more fuel to the main stage. Plus, we still have a ways to go before we actually reach orbital velocity, too. Very efficient engine, but a little bit too big of a rocket. Oh no, that's the worst, not getting paid by the hour. Oh. Oh no. I don't even know if we're actually going to make orbit with this thing. It's going to be really close though. We could have activated our antennas and whatnot already, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Okay, so we will make orbit. Oh, I spoke too soon. I was looking at how much fuel we have left in total, not how much fuel we have left in the stage. That's still okay. We do want this to separate, unless we put retro rockets on it. We do want this to nearly get us into orbit. But I think I want to go and work on that little part there. I think this engine would be great if we had an additional stage up at the top of this, and we get rid of about half of the fuel there. But I don't want to do that. That just seems like way too many stages for this. So fortunately, we're going to get rid of the Marlin, but that is an amazing engine. That was really nice. That reminds me of the Wolfhound. So that was the Marlin vacuum engine. Was it the Marlin that, oh wait, it was this Marlin, wasn't it? That we were originally using? So 161 kilonewtons of thrust in a vacuum, 141, so it's only slightly more efficient when we get up into space. What about one of these little guys? Let's go ahead and pull its mount. We're looking at a slightly lower burn time. I don't know if we put it in the right place, though. That'll actually go there. A much lower thrust to weight ratio. If we kick it up to 2... Whoop. Not engine rotation, you shit fur brains. See, I guess I actually have to separate this out into here, otherwise I can't get the individual information for the stage. Why am I still not getting it? Do I have a decoupler in the wrong place? Here, fuck it, we'll throw you down here. So it's only going to cost us a couple DV total to add a second engine onto it, and our thrust to weight ratio, it looks like it's 127, but I'm still a little confused on whether that's actually accurate. I feel like it might not be. I don't want to take these off because I'm lazy. Doesn't look like we're clipping in anything, so we could just take it up and try it. Hello, Anodin. Not much. We're working on a microsatellite deployer. It's not really a microsat. It's not like a handheld, but it is it's a wee little feller. And we could always bump up the SRBs too. I want to see how this one little change is going to affect it. So that'll go in stage 6. We're trying out a couple of different engines. Trying to find a nice sweet spot between burn time, efficiency, and thrust. And total delta V. If you guys think of anything that we should put Reed on the spot for, any questions that we should have Mittens throw that way, throw his way, let me know. Alright, so I'm just gonna hit it. Oh, you know what? I actually need to fix that separation too. I gotta go back into the VAB real quick. I could just drag them, but I think I want to adjust their power too. So we're still a little overpowered. So all we really need to do... Oh, okay, now I'm confused. Oh no, I see what happened. Yeah. So we'll just drag that one up there, drag that over there, and then I just want to double check that our thrust limiters are set up properly, and they're not. They're totally not. So I'm going to lower this one a little bit. I'm going to put it up to maybe 70? I guess first I want to take this one down to 1. I want these two to last as long as possible. Could even take them down to 0.5. I think there's one extra step there. Yeah. And it looks like they're going to max out at about 2, so that should be just fine. So 1 to 3, 5. If I take these down to about 50, where are we at? We're at 138 on the pad, so let's move the liquid engine down into the first stage, and we'll just use that to compensate a little bit. I might even make this tank a little bit longer. I guess I just heard about it myself. Mitten's just got a hold of me. He's going to do an interview with Reed today. So I don't really know anything more about it. He just asked if there were any clips or anything that we would want to include in his interview. Clips, questions, stuff like that. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I wonder if I should make the second set a little bit bigger too. Nah, if I'm going to make any of them bigger, I want to make them bigger. I want to make both of them bigger. So if we take the core size up 1, get rid of this guy, throw that back up here so that we're not activating it until we've separated from these. And move these down a bit. I think I'm going to throw some launch stability enhancers on here too, just to make sure that these are even. The adventure continues indeed. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, honestly. We're working on a satellite that's going to go from polar orbit around the homeworld into a polar orbit around the Mun. And we still haven't finished out that tourist mission, so I still don't have access to maneuver nodes. So I hope that that won't fudge this up. It might actually, though. Let's go ahead and move these down, too. Now that we've upscaled the shell. To double check our chutes, it looks like we're still going to be good as far as recovering these stages. Got the separation of the east and west, then the north and south, and then we fire the main rocket. We're just going to deadlift it for now. Okay, so I still want those at 0.5. These guys can go down a little bit further, so we're going to max out at like 3.5, which is a little high. Let's try something around 35. Alright, let's see how she does. We just wanted to add a little bit more DV. Okay. How you doing, Pops? We finally used some of the new DLC parts today. I was messing around with like a much more complicated system. We're just using some of the rotors to deploy some parallel landing gear into, to kind of take them like they're pointed up and down with the rest of the vessel, just to rotate them out and underneath us. And then I ran into some oddities with the landing gear itself, so I don't know how much I like it yet, but we're moving on to just a low resolution scan satellite. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. We're going to start off a little bit less powered, a little underpowered compared to the previous launches, but we shouldn't max out quite as high, so I think it's still going to work out. And we're going to get more burn out of our solid rocket boosters altogether, too. Our staging is actually going to be much closer together this time, though. Orientation still looks fine. Test out this new set of engines here. Ooh, plenty of control. I'm digging that. We're coming up on 6 kilometers of altitude. AP is blasting right past 13 kilometers right now. Trying to continue to ease us down a little bit closer to prograde. But I do want to raise it up to about a 45-degree angle if I can. We're pretty close. 40 would do it. Hopefully we separate the appropriate SRBs this time. Let's go ahead and nose down to 45. There we go. Firing the right rockets feels good. Okay, and TWR is still a little bit high, but I think it'll, like I said, I think it'll be okay. We're not like overheating. I don't even see aerodynamic effects. Hopefully it's alright. AP is already at 75. Pretty close to where we want to stage our fairing too. Let's go ahead and kick those off and fire the liquid engine. Which... no wonder I wasn't getting the right readings. I think I gave it the wrong fuel. Yeah, I was really confused on why our thrust to weight rate, or why our total delta V was only barely moving. So I don't think there's any internal fuel on those, but basically the game was telling me that I'm feeding it the wrong meal. You guys, can I switch these over to use that kind of fuel? Or do I just need to grab either the... Okay, so we're at 5,500 non-atmospheric delta V. If I switch this sucker, if I can, over to the right fuel... Hello? Switch. Why are you not switching? Actually, these use Aerozine. I don't know if I can use this tank. Let's see if there's an appropriate version of that. I hadn't even thought to check the fuel that they use. That's the LR81. So that's the one that I have. And all of them use Aerozine. Shit. I mean, I could just swap out the tank. I guess we will. It's a little bit more work than I'd wanted to do. I don't know if I like those lights either. So we'll go with an SSTU tank. I believe that that's the one we want. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So there's our hypergolic fuel. Let's go and reattach that bad boy. See what we're at. About 2,500 DV, but a very, very long burn time. They are definitely efficient. That was a real long burn, though. Don't know if I want to commit to those. So this guy is liquid hydrogen and oxidizer. That'll only be about 1,500 DV. Much more appropriate burn time though, somewhere around 4 minutes. And a lower overall weight since we're using liquid hydrogen. Actually go to a full-size tank with that. Let's change the top of it too, because now we don't need the extra piece for the adapter there to go to the wider plate. Let's see what we get out of this bad boy. So why are they doing that? Weird. I want my chutes on it again. We want to make sure that everything's recoverable whenever possible. We'll throw some spotlights on this one too. We're going to reattach these. We're going to have a larger surface to attach them to. This is the set that should go to the north and south, the second set that we decouple from. We'll just throw them on any old where. And then I just need to nudge him down a little bit. They're still a little bit longer than the main stage there, but I think that's fine. Fix our staging up. You go down there. We want to decouple from... Okay, that's all in there appropriately. Then we're going to fire the main engine, get rid of the fairing. Alright, so we're already ready for another test. I'm debating whether to throw monopropellant nozzles on this, but I'm going to wait until they actually become, like, obviously, until it becomes obvious and apparent that we need them. Save, launch. Try it out. Oh, I didn't even look over our initial thrust to weight ratio, so it might have been a little hasty there, but let's just fire them anyway. And I forgot lights. 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like we're a little bit lower than we were before. I should have paid more attention to that. Takes us about 800 meters to get up to speed. I think that'll still be okay, like I said. because we'll end up with a lower max out. Ooh, a little bit jumpy. Once our thrust to weight ratio gets up to about 2. AP's coming up on twice our actual altitude, just past 15. We're coming up on 10. See, we're off just a little bit to the north. Not really sure why that is. Alright, stage 1 separation coming up. Let's go ahead and stabilize here. That part's still looking fine. We're at about 35 kilometers. Thrust to weight ratios steady at about 2.5 now that we've staged. AP is coming up on 90, so I need to go way faster into the second part of my gravity turn there. And now we're actually laying horizontal with the SRBs. I like that too. Looks like we're going to run out of fuel just right on time. We'll go ahead and stage those guys. Do I not have the right fucking fuel again? Oh, I didn't have that in the appropriate stage. That's why. That's okay though. I carried that fairing a little bit higher than I needed to. Alright, let's see how the rest of this goes. Thrust to weight ratio is like dick all though. I don't think I'm gonna stick with this liquid hydrogen engine. I think we'll swap it out for something else. Look at that. Plenty of time to AP though. So we'll see what she ends up at while we burn. Just gonna leave it horizontal for now. It looks like I do want to add some monopropellant to this stage, or we could start to use some of the monopropellant that's on this stage. Engine gimbal just seems a little jumpy. It'd be a little bit smoother if we use a combination of monopropellant in our RCS thruster blocks too. So it looks like we're heading for about 100 kilometers, which should be okay. Unfortunately, I don't have our time to AP or anything quite yet. But once we upgrade the tracking station, I'll start throwing a engineered chip on everything. And now we should actually be able to watch our fuel and get an accurate representation of how much we have left. Since this is the only stage on the vessel that uses liquid hydrogen. Oh, and I also didn't pay attention to burn-off. There may have been some burn-off occurring there. Or boil-off, where we were losing some fuel. I forgot to enable cryogenic cooling for the liquid hydrogen. Am I gonna just blast right past AP because of my low thrust-to-weight ratio? Maybe. I definitely don't want this engine. Well, I mean, the engine's fine, but what I probably need to do is take the size of the tank down by about half, move that engine further up, and do an additional stage on the bottom there. So we could do that, or we could swap it out with just a liquid fuel engine. A lot of options, but I definitely don't think I want this the way that it is right now. I'm happy with the solid rocket boosters. Just gotta figure out what main stage I want to go with. Ooh, we got a crash. That's our first crash. I think we're okay without looking at it. Go ahead and launch again. It's gonna take a moment. Now's a great time to grab a soda. I think I might top off my coffee. I don't know, I do have cream soda here too. Maybe I'm hopped up enough. We'll take a look at that, but more than likely it was just a memory error, an access error. Yeah, going back to the VAB from in-flight. So I'm not too surprised. If it happened, like, when we weren't trying to transition scenes or anything like that, then I would take a look at the error log, but... You had 2 of them today, too? We were pretty damn stable before. We'll see if they become more and more frequent. Trying to think if I have... I don't think I have the VAB crew enabled or anything like that. It does take a little while to launch, though. Actually, now might be a good time for us to discuss a secondary game, something that we play when we do need to do long burns, or when we have to relaunch the game. We used to play, we would just alt-tab over to windowed game of Domina. And that was a lot of fun, but we ended up kind of kicking that game's ass. So I need a secondary, something that's just, really easy to alt-tab over to, play a little bit of it for a couple of minutes, and then just leave it be until the next time we have a really long burn. Like, when we use ion engines, those are outrageously long burns. So, we usually have another game that we go to for a moment there. But I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Any suggestions? Let's take a look at Steam, too. We have almost all the games. We've got about 800 games to choose from. You slay the spire when it crashes? It's actually a pretty good suggestion. I approve. Although I am going to be rusty, I'll tell you that right now. It's been a while since I've played any Slay the Spire. And I do kind of want to set it up. Hopefully there's nothing that's going to break our eardrums. I think I've got everything muted. But I won't. Yeah, I've got everything pretty well muted. I want this in windowed. And I want to bump it down a little bit so that we can see what's going on behind us. That's what you were thinking too, J-So? Nice suggestion. Ion engines will work for a manned Duna mission, like in a Martian novel and movie. If they were freaking huge, and if you bring a power plant with you, maybe. They're incredibly efficient, but they do have some outrageously long burns. Does take them a hot minute to get up to speed, doesn't it? Okay, so we'll leave this open in the background. It should be okay. I don't think it'll fuck with anything too bad. Hopefully it looks okay. If we have any visual problems or anything like that, let me know. What's the daily climb right now? It says the Ironclad. We have Insanity, so we start with a random deck of 50 cards. We have Flight, so we can ignore paths when we choose the next room. And Terminal, whenever you enter a new room, you lose 1 max hit point. Start each combat with 5 plated armor. Interesting. I'm sure we're going to do terrible at it. Let's check it out. We're just about booted up there, though. The KSPs. So he's not going to give me any help. Yeah, I would imagine, like, for manned interstellar flight, you probably want to be set up kind of like how The Expanse does it, where you're using some sort of magic engine that burns the entire flight. You would want to burn toward your target for half of the flight, and then you would spend the remaining half of the flight slowing down, just to get the absolute lowest total travel time possible, unless you were going to go with one of those, like cryogenic sleep or something like that. So it doesn't matter where we start. Game's almost up anyway. What do we got? We got Metallicized, Perfected Strike, Thunderclap, which applies Vulnerable, and Body Slam, which isn't going to do us any good. We do start out with 5 block. I think we just go for damage, right? Out of our available options. Or we go for Metallicize and a Perfected Strike. Let's just Thunderclap him. Get him down to 3 health. We are going to tank a little bit of damage here, though. And there's KSP. So it doesn't really matter what we use unless any of these were to heal us or anything like that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So we'll just kill him off. Add a card. Is that going to matter if I add a card? Do we just start out the beginning of this challenge with 50 random cards? Out of these, I think Flex for the additional strength. I have this in the Steam directory, so it continues to add up to re-add old playthroughs. Even though I delete them. First time I did it, I thought I was just losing my fucking mind. I swear I deleted all those. But it should stop happening once I move it out of the default Steam directory. We're just waiting on a couple of updates, and one of the things that broke was mod compatibility with just the default, just the vanilla game. Because of the way that they implemented the new Surface Experiment packs and the new inventory system, I'm pretty sure that that's what broke a couple of things. It's really unfortunate. So I'm hoping that they update the game, and that's why I've just left it in the default install directory for now, so I don't have to move back or move everything over. We'll take care of that problem when it happens. But I don't know if Squad's actually going to do anything about it. I really have no additional information or insider info or anything like that. Hopefully they will. More wrenches? Probably right. Actually, we're not really up to the point where we need them yet. And unfortunately, Kiss and Cast are 2 of the things that are having a problem. It's only certain things. I think we could go ahead and bring wrenches. I think that would be fine. I'm not sure exactly what the issues are. I think I want to go back to the Marlin. That incredibly high ISP engine that we were using a little bit ago. I think we can stick with this core. But I do need to switch it back over to LFO. I think I'm finally resigned to an additional upper stage. Even though I didn't want to, I think it's just going to be the easiest way out. Oh, you know, I hadn't thought about Copernicus. That's absolutely true. So after we get done today, I'll move it out of there. Because otherwise we won't be able to continue on with our playthrough. I hadn't thought of any reason not to leave it, but that is definitely a good reason. We'll go ahead and move those down. This might get a little fiddly. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Oops. I meant to hit C and I accidentally hit space. Then we need a decoupler. Oh, why don't you have a fairing, you little shit? Okay, let's go with an undersized decoupler then. And a fairing plate. We'll just make our own interstage fairing. So if we're going to have another upper stage here, I do think that we're going to need retro rockets. Fairly positive that we will. So let's make a copy of those, because this should be coming all the way up into orbit with us, and then we have two options if we don't want debris, which we definitely don't. We can either add a probe core to it, so that it can actively go and deorbit itself, or we could try just some SRBs, give it some retro rockets, hopefully with enough thrust for it to knock itself out of orbit when we stage from it. I don't want them to be visible, so I need to reattach them down here at a 45 and then move them inward and upward. Hopefully they won't damage us. I don't think they will. Yeah, I really hope not. I really hope not. Definitely a possibility that they'll just say, nope. I wonder if I should put those at an angle. Right now they're right inside of the decoupler, and I don't want to create any explosive situations, and I don't know how that's going to affect anything. Fuck it, we'll test it. So these four little solid rocket boosters will go into this stage right now. Then we want a new tank. Let's just go with the SSTU, just in case we do decide to use an SSTU engine. And now I want an atmospheric engine. Marlin's pretty good. Let's use the SSTU Marlin. Looks like that one's a little bit more powerful. We'll extend the core just a little bit. Get rid of the mount for that, so that everything fits right. Okay, and let's see what we ended up with. Do you have the right fuel? Pretty sure that's liquid fuel. Yes. It doesn't have a whole lot of it, but we are going to be deadlifting it for the initial launch. So you go up here now, and you go all the way up. Actually, I don't know when the hell we're going to be staging this. Oh, well, I do. I kind of do. Where's your decoupler? Ah, okay. So we know that it's going to be before we get rid of our fairing. You'll go there, and you'll go with it for now. Until I get some SRBs in there, we'll just hot fire that one. This will go in the same stage, so that's all good. What I don't know is whether we're going to be at a high enough altitude to get rid of our payload fairing before we fire this or after. So we've got solid rocket boosters deadlifting the entire rest of this. I want this guy to fire with this stage, the second set of SRBs that we get rid of. And then we'll balance these out a little bit. I want that one to remain at minimum thrust. I want this one boosted just a little bit higher. I think that's fine. Okay, let's see how she does. Pretty sure the rest of our staging should be fine. We'll have to make a mental note of where to move the payload fairing in relation to all of our little stages here. Oh, and I forgot lights again. 3, 2, 1, go. So I want to be a lot more aggressive about our gravity turn this time. Because of all of our high thrust to weight ratios. Let's go ahead and start nosing in now. Oh shit. Oh, that was a little bit too much. And it got a bit squirrely on me too. Shouldn't be a problem, I just gotta stabilize. Get AP a little bit higher before I start doing it again. Okay. So AP's coming up on 15K. We're down to about a 60-degree angle at the moment. Let's keep pushing just until it gets up to about 35, and then we'll go down to a 45-degree angle. AP's past 21, coming up on 22. Actual altitude's coming up on 14 kilometers. And we're just about ready to stage the first set of boosters. Looks like we'll do that before we continue into our gravity turn. Get rid of those two. AP's at about 35 now. So we'll keep leaning. Thrust to weight ratio's looking good. 1.56. I want to delay here for a moment, I think. I don't know, it's going up pretty quickly. Let's just continue on into our gravity turn. Actual altitude just past 30 kilometers. AP coming up on 50. And I need to check stage recovery this time and make sure that all of our stages are recoverable, except for the liquid stage there. Because I didn't add any parachutes or anything. Okay. Transition from solid rocket boosters to the liquid booster. Thrust to weight ratio is again a little bit low, but we've got plenty of time to burn through some fuel. I don't know, it actually looks like I was too aggressive, so I'm just going to stay at a 15-degree angle for now. And I'm going to have to lean back. So I want to delay our gravity turn at about a 20 or 25-degree angle. I want to stay there until we get to our target AP. Still looks like it's really underpowered though, doesn't it? Okay, and it looks like this is about where we want our payload fairing. I'm never too aggressive. I yeah, I am pretty conservative most of the time. Oh, you're making steaks? Well, I'm on my way then. We're all heading on over. We're actually almost at AP right now. So I might go ahead and fire this a little bit sooner than we had before. Well, at least ignite it and through the staging, and then go to full power. I'm gonna angle up a little bit further too. Go to full power before we stage the solid rocket boosters. We're almost at AP by the time we get to our upper stage engine, which is still pretty underpowered. But I shouldn't be at this angle by the time I get to this engine, I don't think. I think I might go with our other deployer, actually. And then just beef it up a little bit with a 4th solid rocket booster. Maybe that's the good way to go, instead of experimenting with so many of the SSTU engines like we are. So we're pretty damn close to AP right now. It's not as bad as I thought. I've nearly pushed it up to 85, but not quite. I don't know, we do have a hell of a lot of fuel left. Maybe we'll be okay. Just need to keep my nose up for a little while longer when we have the solid rocket boosters. What's our thrust to weight ratio? 1.47? Not bad. So we're down to about 50% of our fuel though. Let's go ahead and pull AP in. So we're nearly at orbital velocity, and I'd like to be at AP when we cut the engine. It looks like we'll have plenty of overhead. So the test was still a success, and the second stage does look like it's going to perform just about as well as we would like for it to. I'm going to go ahead and nose in fairly aggressively and pull AP directly to me. Because we're just about to circularize. Oh shit, I forgot. I have to have RCS on if I cut the engine like that. So I ended up at 92 and 88. 93 and 88. That was not a very good orbit. Not very circular. But we do have about a third of our fuel. So I want to see if this will be able to deorbit itself from probably AP, if we're going to have a connection. Let's go ahead and activate this stuff while we still got one. You pointed at Kerbin. I want to get the dipole up. I want you pointed at active vessel. And I want to rotate us around so that the solar panels are going to be exposed to the sun when we come around. If we're holding prograde. And then hopefully we have enough power. Okay, looking good on power. So the question is, are these solid rocket boosters, the retro rockets that we have there, are they going to be okay with sticking through that decoupler like that? And are they going to be powerful enough, have enough of a burn to deorbit this part? And hopefully it'll still be recoverable. Let's go ahead and stage. No explosions, so that's a good sign. Nice long burn out of them. I'm looking for that thing's orbit to terminate. Oh yeah. They're still freaking burning too. Okay. We could probably go down to 2 of them. Velocity is still falling. Those little shits are still burning. Man, what a great set of solid rocket boosters for that kind of a thing. So we're slowly regenerating power at this point. I think the rest of this is going to be just fine. I think we can live with what we have there. We've got the 2000 DV that we need for the transfer plus an extra probably about 750. I think it was just a little over 2,000, wasn't it? Oh no, just under 2,000. So we do have a little bit of extra for corrections and stuff like that once we get out to either the Mun or Minmus. So I think we're good to go for an actual launch of this thing. And hopefully that little bit of fuel that we still had in that guy will be enough for us to transition into a polar orbit. So let's revert to the VAB, because I want to reorient the entire vehicle to prepare for a northern launch. Oh, he tenderized it with a hammer? Aw. I definitely prefer salt, or I don't know. I do have a tenderizer that's like these really sharp. It's like in the shape of a circle, and half of the circle has these really sharp spines on it. And that one seems really good for tougher meat. They're like wide, pointy little blades. Seems pretty good, and then it doesn't like flatten it out and make it all like, you know, huge and wide or anything. And then I put my steaks in salt overnight, usually about a day before I actually cook them. We haven't had steaks in a while though. We did have kind of a cheat day though, where we had some pizza. That was nice. So you pointed to the north. We're going to try to put this thing into a polar orbit. Herp furry. I'm not sure what our final altitude is on this. Can I see that in the right-click menu? I see the minimum and a maximum, but I'm not positive on the optimal. Don't know. I think it'll be okay though. Let's see if we have enough delta V to get it up into orbit with the maybe 2.5, I think, minimum for the transfer. I think I'd be pretty happy if we ended up with about 2.5 left over. These contracts do take a little bit of time, so this will be a test flight. I believe that we've already accepted the contract, though. Yeah, we already have the contract, so we don't need to worry about it. So, hell, if it gets up there, maybe we don't need to revert. Let's go ahead and throttle up, get everything all ready. We nose down to the north now. Should be pretty perfect. 3, 2, 1, go. I'm going to go ahead and start our lean, and then I also want to lean to the west. Because the goal is to pull prograde directly on north. We don't have any, unfortunately we don't have any maneuver nodes quite yet. So we're just going to be eyeballing it for a roughly 90 degree. For the best. Alright, so we're at about 7.5 kilometers. AP is coming up on 13. Angle is looking pretty damn good. Going to keep leaning. We'll stay here for just a moment. We're only at a 23 kilometer AP. Just about time to stage. Get rid of those bad boys. AP's coming up on 33. Surface speed is approaching at the 725 meters a second. And we're almost at 25 kilometers right now, actual altitude. I'm just going to stay at this angle until our AP gets up to maybe about 50 this time, to compensate for how low we were last time. So there's 50. But we do have a stage coming up. Maybe I'll delay a little bit longer. Looks like we can adjust back over to the right. Get rid of those guys. AP is at 65 kilometers. And I totally forgot to check my messages last time up here and make sure that those were recoverable. Hopefully they are. AP is at 70. We're coming up on 55. And I forgot to switch this stage down, so we'll just do it now. Go ahead and get rid of that bad boy. Okay, now I better start leaning in. AP's at 81.5. We're down to about 50% of our fuel in this stage. I forgot to put parachutes or anything on it. I had a bunch of stuff that I forgot, apparently. Our nose back up. I forgot to delay. I'm just gonna forget everything. This is the forget me right now rocket. Do you ever watch... So I think of two things when I say forget me now. Think of Binding of Isaac and Arrested Development. Do you guys ever watch Arrested Development? Love that show. It's so fucked. It was such a good show. AP's at 87, so we'll just go horizontal. Let's go ahead and get monopropellant turned on so that we can fine-tune this a little bit. Go ahead and fire that guy. Poor little guy doesn't have a parachute, so it is fucked. You haven't watched it? Oh, it's hilarious. Probably not. I don't know if I would watch that show with, like, my family. Humor gets a little dark every now and then. Really good comedy, though. So I'm nosing back so that I hopefully won't go blasting past AP. And once it stabilizes, we'll continue our burn and we'll nose down so that we stay right about at it. Trying to remember the actors' names. There's a couple of guys that I've seen in a few things. You only know the memes? You haven't watched it either? Oh, it's so good. It's like really cringy, but not cringy to the point where I have to turn it off. Like, it took me a long time to watch all of Borat. I think Borat took about 5 attempts. I don't think that I've ever seen the entirety of Bruno. Because the Sacha Baron Cohen cringe comedy, there's only so much I can take. I do go back later for more. What was the Dictator? That was one that I made it all the way through. I like that one. That one didn't seem as bad. And I loved his character. The first place that I ever heard of him from was Talladega Nights. I didn't know about him until Talladega Nights. Everything's looking pretty good. Quickly building up our orbital velocity, keeping much better control over our apoapsis this time. Angle looks pretty solid, but we're just kind of eyeballing it for now. I don't have any actual idea what our altitude or what our angle is. I'm hoping that we're right on 90 or pretty damn close to it. Anything within, like, I don't know, what do you think? 8 degrees ought to be okay. Let's go ahead and do our stage that I actually had forgot about. Now, previously we were able to actually achieve our orbit before we had to stage this. Oh, fuck. So, one thing that we do have to do is wait until we have something that can bounce a signal over to us. I don't have any antennas on the 3-man there. I wonder if it would be better for us to launch from an alternative launch site. Like, I wonder if a launch from the Boomerang might be a better way for us to go, just based on where our telescope and the secondary probe for the telescope are right now. You know, launching to the south would work better. Let's take a look at the moon, too. So we're going to transition to the moon when it's right about there. We're going to want to go that way. If we take our flight from Boomerang and we head to the south, then we'll end up transitioning to the moon, because we won't be done with our scan by the time it gets over to here, I wouldn't think. So we're probably looking at waiting until it's over in this direction. And it wouldn't really matter if we go from, if we go toward the north or the south. I think we can do it. Right now, this is just going to burn up, though. I lost connection. I lost line of sight with the launch facility before we actually achieved an orbit, so we are re-entering the atmosphere. And this little guy is going to burn the fuck up. Let's go back to the VAB. It looked like all of our stages were recoverable, except for the one that I forgot parachutes for. So let's go beef that little guy up. I think we will launch to the south. It's not as convenient, but overall it shouldn't really matter. Other than we definitely have to remember that we launched to the south. Because if I forget and I start to try a transition burn, then I'm gonna end up burning retrograde, which would be bad. But I think it'll be fun, as far as the scan set's concerned. So, I need to pick this whole thing up, first and foremost, and I need to pivot it around so that we're gonna launch to the south. Then... oh, and kind of a showstopper is gonna be if those other satellites aren't actually within range, but I think that they both should be. I know that the one only has an Omni antenna, and the other should have a high gain antenna, so we should be fine. Should be able to receive a signal with our Omni antenna until we get rid of this stage, which should be okay. So this lower stage, I do want to add some chutes to it. Just to get a little bit more money back. I think I'm just going to put them outside here. Throw them on the bottom. Double check with stage recovery. Looks like that'll be enough. None of the final payload, none of this stuff is actually going to be successfully recovered. If we ever decide to deorbit this, we're just going to smash it into the moon. And then I do want to also adjust this. I want this guy down here. And then I want firing this engine to be in its own stage. I want to stage the interstage fairing there. And I want to decouple. Oh yeah, we'll need retro rockets too, won't we? Shit. Just gonna grab a copy of one of these kickbacks here. I'm only gonna go with 2, so I think I want them off to the east and west. And I'm gonna try to put them right on the inside of the outer part of the fairing. Don't want them to clip through, and I don't want them really pointed directly at the engine there. Okay, that should be enough. That should just move the liquid fuel lower stage away from us enough for us to safely fire the Merlin upper stage engine without burning any of it up. Keep everything recoverable whenever possible, right? Okay, everything looks fairly well balanced. These new additional parachutes can just go up into the final stage here. We don't actually have to deploy them. Triple check our staging here. These guys go all the way up here. Fire the inner stage, fire the 2 retro rockets, and our separator, and then we ignite the upper stage engine. Trying to remember, was that right? Did we fire the final payload fairing before we fired the upper stage engine? I think we did. If I'm wrong, we'll just have to move it. That one looks good. Okay. And this time, let's go ahead and update the save. This time, let's launch from the Boomerang launch site. And we're going to nose down into our gravity turn toward the south rather than the north. And then I think we can get further away from the launch site and still be able to get a signal from our satellites up there. Oh, there we go. It's like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah. Because this stage is just coming back for just a burn up here. I'm hoping that if we head south, when we lose line of sight with this facility, we'll be able to bounce a signal from that over to us and continue on. Well, let's see how it goes. Looks like probe orientation and everything is just fine. We're going to nose down away from the north line, so 180 south. This is also the one that we had a little bit of a problem with FPS on, so we'll see how it goes, because we only did the one initial launch. 3, 2, 1, go! It seems a little low. We're definitely yellow clocking, yeah. And from what I hear, that's just a scatterer thing. I've got it down to about 50%. And we were told that if it continues to be an issue, just to disable scatterer for now. So we might start doing that with the Boomerang launch site. It's just got a whole lot of trees that are a lot closer to it. But should be okay after we get up to about, I don't know, 30 kilometers? I think. I wonder what my memory usage is at right now, if it's causing us to yellow clock. Because one would think it'd be pretty damn high. I'm not sure how far we have to get away from these before they stop rendering. Can I change scatterer settings in flight? That's not looking like I can. Damn. Okay. Well, we'll just tough it out for now. Hopefully we can do this in one shot. I guess if nothing else, it gives us a lot more time to think about what we're doing, right? Let's go ahead and get our DV up. And our AP and PE. Chugga, 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 chugga. So this time I want to nose down to the south and also a little bit to the west. Same thing that we did before, but different. Feels like it's starting to clear up a little bit. We're only at about 10 kilometers right now. Look at all the flickering and all the shadows and everything going on ape shit. Ah, the smell of a burning CPU. AP is at about 22k. 23 now. We're about 15 kilometers. Let's go ahead and cut to the chase here. We'll go down to about a 50-degree angle. I'm going to turn us off a little bit further to the side while we have the additional rudder control. It smells as good as napalm in the morning. Oh dear. That was iffy as fuck. Almost got a little clipped by our upper booster there. That would have been no good. We definitely got a nice view though, don't we? I dig it. I like that mountain over there. That might be a good one for us to try and get a probe onto as well, because we haven't done any of our science experiments from a mountain biome yet. So AP is at about 47. Let's continue to lay over a little bit here. I'm a little bit closer to the south line than I was on the north, because all that really matters is that we eventually get prograde onto this line. So I'm going a little bit gentler toward it this time. Chow time? Nice. You might actually be in orbit by the time you get back. AP is at 68k, time to stage. Nearly time to get rid of the payload fairing. Thrust to weight ratio is sub 1 again, 0.89, 0.88 at stage. I'm going to lean down just a little bit further, but remember I wanted to delay it about 20 degrees-ish. Oops, and I've delayed a little bit too long on getting rid of that. Should have got rid of that a little bit sooner. AP's at 78. Clock is back to green. No more lag. Love it. Let's go ahead and turn on RCS. AP's at about 81.5. Let's go down to a 10 degree. I'd like to get that above 85 this time before I stage to our upper stage engine. And it looks like we'll be just fine. We're nearly on our southern line. Almost there. Yeah, probably, Gorm. That one where we, what was it, a relay deployer? No, it was our asteroid scanners. The one that had, what, like 1,200 parts or 1,400 parts or something like that, and I had to get rid of the fairing because when we staged it, the entire Earth shook. So there's our little retro rockets that we added, just moving that away. And we are nearly at AP. So I'm going to nose back a little bit here. Ooh, actually, we're going to nose back a little bit. There we go, we got it under control. And if we're that close to AP, we should be in space, right? So let's go back out to this view and activate some shit. Yeah, we're at 85.7. Should be safe. Got this one at Kerbin. want this one at active vessel so that this will operate as a relay later on in its life. Alright, and we'll see if this guy is within range to actually bounce an active signal to us when we lose line of sight. Are we still... Oh no, we're good. Okay. For a second there, I thought I heard our monopropellant nozzles firing, like, steadily. But it looks like we're good. We're good. We do have a lot of speed to build up, though, don't we? No, we'll have to figure out what the hell altitude we want this this radar at, because I'm not sure what's optimal for this radar anymore. We used to have a lot more experience, and I was pretty good at remembering them, but it's just been too long since we played. We're gonna make orbit before we run out of fuel. We might end up having to finish off with our transition stage. Yep. So that probably doesn't need retro rockets anymore. Let's see what our total delta V is. Let me finish this up. Can barely even hear our little pug. Is it a pug or a terrier? Forget what engine I even put on this thing. $91.8 and 90.6. I'm pretty fucking happy about that. How are we looking on recovering stages? All blue so far. Still got this little bad boy, which I would imagine will do just fine. We did achieve orbit. And we are able to bounce a signal, so we still have an active connection, even though we've lost line of sight with the launch site. Nice! From 5 up to 750, but what was the optimal for it? Can't think of it. Because if we're a little bit too low or a little bit too high, then it's going to have to make multiple passes. I'm pretty sure that there's an optimal altitude for it where it's going to be able to scan everything that we want it to scan, all in one set of orbits. Oh, we should probably get our Omni antenna going too. Poor Omni antenna, all forgotten about. So I'm kind of trying to pivot us around and see where we're going to generate plenty of electricity. It looks like that'll be fine for now. I mean, it says it's at ideal, but I think at 100, we're going to end up with just strips that we're not going to be able to get in one set of passes. I'm pretty sure that we want to take this up to about 150 or maybe even 200 kilometers. I'm not sure, though. Well, for now, mission successful. I don't have the ability to make maneuver nodes. Just eyeballing it, it looks like we're almost dead on 90. Probably at 89 or 91, maybe 1 degree off, but with the nice wide angle of this radar, it shouldn't be any big deal. I guess we'll let it go. I mean, if we find out that it needs to be at a different altitude, we're still able to bounce a signal off of the telescope. So we will have to wait until it gets around to this side of the planet there, but we can go ahead and push AP out on the opposite side, on the dark side there, And by then, hopefully we'll have our upgrade to the tracking station, so then we can just use the flight computer to execute the second maneuver even without the active connection. But I think we're good. GG. Power staying steady. Everything looks good. Let's go ahead and disable RCS. Doesn't really matter if we have SAS on, but let's disable it too. And we'll leave this little guy up here to do his job. The second one's going to go out to Mimnus. I do want maneuver nodes by the time I do that one. So, we can just switch over to our tourist mission because I don't think we have any additional contracts, right? Don't revert, you shithead. Go back to the Space Center. Oh, is it 250 kilometers for the ideal altitude? Now, is that taking into account the size of the planet? Because we're not playing stock, so we are 2.7 scale, so that's another reason why I have no fucking clue what actual ideal altitude would end up being. What do we got here? Send a probe to the Mun and to Minmus. Unfortunately, let's see, is this 2 out of 3 or is this all or nothing? No, it looks like it's all or nothing. We have to get something out to the Mun, land on that bitch, and return home to be able to fulfill this contract. That is a decent chunk of money. That is a pretty high negative currency for the failure, though. That's a problem. What do you want? Crew reports. Crew reports. Stations? We kind of looked at these earlier. Stations are one thing that we can do without maneuver nodes. And they do pay decent. Unfortunately, the Kerbin one is only about 200k. Oh, and I never ended up finishing reading this one. Must be a new unmanned probe built for D-Magic after the contract is accepted. I believe that they've already illustrated where that final... Oh, and you only have to maintain stability for 10 seconds and then we get paid out. So it's not like it has to go around and scan for, you know, a month or anything. They did show us where this needs to go, but that would definitely be easier with maneuver nodes as well. I only have $112,000. So I think our move now is to finish kicking off space tourism for the 100 grand there. We've already got the guys up there. Oh, I'm pointing a dish out for Kerbin. Couldn't we do that one now? Don't we just have to literally just point a dish at the Mun? Or does it do we have to have something out there? Antenna, dish, target Minmus, activate it, power it, range. In range of Minmus? So I think we just need an antenna that's powerful enough to actually target it. I guess the failure is only negative 5,000, so it wouldn't matter if I wasn't able to complete it. We definitely need maneuver nodes before I can put up our relay. And we have 79 days to accept it, so we should be fine there too. That one's going to pay really well, depending on how much we spend on the actual relay. Let's go ahead and take that one. It's a trivial contract. Hopefully I'm not fudging it up here. I think all we have to do for that is point one of our dishes out at the moons, right? So we have several different options. This one has more antenna than any of the rest. So I'm going to go back to the altimetry sat that we just deployed. Let's see if any of our antennas have their required range. Because right now I'm pretty sure that we're receiving our signals through the whatchamacallit, on the antenna, the dipole. So instead of active vessel, let's target the Mun. Ooh, I don't know if it's actually within range, though. 360 megameters on that one, 320 on that, so that is our most powerful one. Uh-oh. Been searching for a new job and seeing some decent ones finally pop up. Good luck, man. And thank you for the good vibes, Godly. Appreciate you. Oh my god, look at your total cheer, dude. 20,781 freaking bits. Holy shit. Oh wait, why is it still saying active vessel? Did I not do that properly? There we go. Okay, that was why. We're totally within range. Apparently I just didn't click it with conviction. And I want to move that back over to active vessel before we leave that. So that was just a cheesy $20,000. Somebody decided to pay us to redirect one of our dishes really quickly. But hell, we'll take it. And I don't think we have to recover this or anything. I think we're good to go. So, back to the Space Center. I probably could have gone to the tracking station. Oh boy. Big boy. Damn. Yeah, good luck, man. I really hope that one of them comes through for you. Are you just looking to upgrade? Looking for something a little bit better? Better pay, better times, stuff like that? You always gotta love that situation where you don't actually need the job, but you wouldn't mind getting it, you know? It makes the interview process a little bit less stressful. Let's see if we can actually recover this debris here. But I think we're gonna switch over to our tourist vessel and finish out that mission. Oh, let's pop out of that real quick. Oh, but they had a big layoff. Sorry to hear that, man. I think we got paid for it. Yeah, we totally got paid for it. Easy peasy. And does this update? Oh, it does. Cool. So we're only at 2% of the 75%. Should we raise that thing's altitude, or should we just leave it and say fuck it? Because low resolution altimetry data really isn't going to be all that useful for us later on. So as long as we're going to be able to satisfy the 75%, I think I'm okay with it. But it might go a little bit more quickly if we do raise its altitude. I'm not sure. I think we're fine. And I don't really think that we want any of the rest of these. The most tempting one right now is to build a new orbital station. We have to have 2 pilots on the station, 1,000 units of monopropellant, so none of that's too big a deal. One thing that I always pay attention to on these, sometimes they want you to have like 6,000 units of liquid fuel on the station for some reason. And that always is a little bit killer. A facility that supports up to 12 Kerbals, has an antenna, docking port, and can generate power. I mean, I think that we could launch a hub, but I'm a little bit nervous since we don't have everything fully upgraded. Oh my god, 8 months, 6 days, and Gorm's been here for a year and a month? Holy shit. It does expire in 4 hours. Should pop into the VAB real quick and see what we have available. Oh, really? I was one of the first people that you followed when you got on Twitch? No shit. Damn. And then there's JSO flopping out 5 years, 8 months. That's not a follow age. That's a follow age. Cheater? Yeah, kinda. A little bit. JSO followed me back when I first started streaming before I took like a 4-year break. So we know we're going to want a probe core somewhere on here, but I want the probe core to be at the bottom of the station. So let's grab that. Weight is going to be our biggest deal, I think. We are limited to 140 tons. And I haven't ever launched a station in JNSQ. So how small can we make this? Still leave it, you know, expandable for future editions. Thought we were playing Final Fantasy? Oh my god, did you watch E3? There's like Final Fantasy, every fucking thing ever coming out. They're redoing a bunch of older stuff too. All kinds of shit. Yeah, let's throw it in the bay. Not in coupling, payload. And we know that that little guy is gonna need an antenna. Just some sort of omnidirectional, so we'll throw that in there with it. Then I think I'm gonna move it subsurface and be a little bit of a cheater about it. Okay, if you're gonna fuck around, get rid of that for now. There's actually a trick to get these to center, and I can never remember how the hell to do it. Yeah, something like that. We could probably also put its batteries and everything in there too. Not always, but usually. I did end up... I wanted to go and hang out with Sai, and he was watching it, so I did end up watching a little bit of it, but I just avoid it so that I don't hear about a game that I'm like totally hyped for a year before it's actually playable. I don't want to get fixated on something that's not going to happen forever. There are a lot of good things happening though. Very informative. Okay. That might be a little too many. For in here, anyway. And I definitely don't want them to block the probe core, because there's a couple of times where we may have to go and actually access the probe core, so I do want to leave a little bit of it open. I think that'll be okay. Let's see if it shuts. Okay, so we've got the computer part taken care of. It's fine that those are hanging out the bottom end of it. One thing that we always want to do with our stations is make sure that everything is actually crew passable. So that's why I was saying that I know that this needs to go on the bottom. Because there's no crew tube, so people can't crawl through that to like an airlock or anything like that. What do we have for hubs? Cyberpunk did look pretty good. That one I didn't see it on E3. I only watched the one night of it for just a little while with with Sai and Carr and the gang. So we got 2 hubs available. The hub on the right is slightly less heavy than the hub on the left. So let's start with that guy. What can we do for halves? I don't even remember where we go to find the habitats. You know, I really don't think we're going to be able to do anything that I'm going to be, like, particularly happy with, unfortunately. YouTube time? Alrighty, Godly. Have a good night, man. And good luck. I truly hope that it all works out for you quickly. 30,000 bit mark? No worries, man. I'm looking to see what our available options are here. I'm not seeing any parts on any of that I'm really all that interested in for this. probably some sort of tools there, though. Now, our target is 12 crew, so those aren't going to work. Deployed crew capacity on this thing is only 3. I may have to wait. I just might not be able to take that kind of a contract yet. Because this is going to be incredibly difficult to get up into space and satisfy our 12-person requirement there. Although I suppose we could bring them up and install them later. We wouldn't be able to finish out the contract until we did, though. So that would be the problem there. So it also needs to be able to generate power. Let's go and grab a copy of that. This is going to be so tiny compared to our old stations. I think I want a spacer in there. And that actually might be enough surface for us to put our power generation. I'm also trying to think of, like, how would we want this to orient itself once we do get it up into orbit? Like, do we want our station to lay over on its side? Because typically I want my stations to follow prograde, which might be a kind of a pain in the ass with this. We might not actually have that as an option, since we have mandatory RCS. Yeah, we definitely are going to have to start out with a crappy station first. Like, there's just no getting around it. We don't have all the parts that we need to do anything fancy. The Winston is literally our best habitat right now. We need an upgrade to the R&D to be able to do any better, too. At least I think so. I don't think we have any, like, Pathfinder parts or anything that we can mess with. Pretty sure that that's our only option. And we do have Kiss and Cast, so another thing that we could do is pack all these internally and install them later on with an engineer. It would probably be a team of people out on EVA, depending on the weight of the individual, you know, whatevers. Need a docking port, though, too, don't we? And that might actually end up being one of the things that slows us down the most, because I don't think that I would want this to be fully equipped with Clampetron docking port juniors, but I don't have a better alternative right now. So that one's a stack separator. I mean, we do have the SSTU, but I feel like maybe it's a little bit hacky, even if I can scale this up. I don't think I want to. Oh, interesting. Scaling it up doesn't actually do anything. I see, I kind of like that. Because otherwise, we could just skip a step and we could get an upgraded version of the docking port. I'm pretty sure that it will let us scale it later on when we get there in the tech tree. I think it's fairly well balanced for career mode. Docking backplate something. I have no idea what the hell any of that means. Yeah, I don't think I want to take that mission quite yet. I think that we could probably piece together something that might be adequate. But we're going to end up with a lot of stuff that's not crew passable, which is really going to limit its usefulness later. Let's keep pressing though. So if we were going to go ahead with it, because, I mean, as long as Kerbal Inventory System will let us bring better docking ports later on, that might not matter as much. So docking ports there and there, then we'll want something to attach solar panels to, right? And I'll probably actually want a better standoff for that too. Or maybe move the halves further up and have the docking ports down at kind of more at the bottom. This is not going to be able to fit into a fairing, so that's also something that we need to consider. Ooh, I can't tell if that adapter is actually crew passable. We're not playing with connected living space, but I do like playing by the rules of connected living space. So that's why I'm trying to look for something that actually has a crew tube, like a hatch looking thing going on in there. I don't think that's crew passable though. Oh, the regular size SSTU docking port is compatible with a Clampatron Senior? A full-size Clampatron? Or is it compatible with a Junior? Prickles. See, I don't see any adapter that I can... Well, I mean... I guess if we were to add this, maybe it would make it crew passable, right? Because, I mean, the adapter is just about as thick as the frickin' docking ports, so maybe it doesn't matter as much with adapters, structural pieces. I just wanted something like that for the final product, you know? SR is the huge one? Oh, is it? That big guy? Okay, Clampatron regular is the normal size one, the mid-sized one, and Junior is the little feller that we got right now. Okay. We definitely don't need a docking port with a parachute. Looks pretty good. What does it say on there? Open something something. Oh god. I can't remember how to reorient things. Oh, that's bass backwards. Is that right way up? How did I get an extra one? There. Open toward interior. Keep sealed when not in use. Very good advice. I do like the look of those. So I think those will be fine. I want to take this tube and just move it over so that it faces the docking ports. Satellite went perfectly to plan. We ended up having a launch from the Woomerang, which is right about where you left. Laggy ass launch, but not too big of a deal. I need to lower scatter if we're going to launch from there frequently. Let's go ahead and do smooth, upper and lower. Oh, nope. You go back. I just want to change the mount. And I'm going with bare insulated for the majority of these. I don't think we're going to need the... all we're doing is getting rid of these little handles here. I don't think we're actually going to be able to use them, and they look a little funny with what we've got going on here. I like it. A little bit more pristine. So I moved that window off this direction, thinking that maybe this would be a good place for solar panels. The problem that we're going to have there, well, for one, we don't have any good solar panels. So I guess we could do static panels. Because I don't think the contract really gives a shit what we do. Do I want to cover up the window and do an array that goes all the way around? If I do, then I want to move these in so that you can't even tell that there ever was a window there. Something like that. Or do I want to do a whole boatload of these little guys? Don't think I like the little guys. I think I would rather have the solid panels. How are we looking on our stats here? We're at a 9-ton payload right now. Which is kind of a lot. We need a hell of a lot more battery, but we could just add, you know, a specific module to this later on that's purely designed just for, you know, power storage. When we have some better batteries. I'm not sure what our storage was supposed to be. Let's go ahead and do just a default, like, generic proto. Let's go take a look at that contract. All I remember is that we needed 1,000 monopropellant. And I want to get a rough idea of what the structure is actually going to look like before I put nozzles on it. So we were looking at building an orbital station around Kerbin. 1,000 units of monopropellant, at least 12 curveballs, got both of those. Well, we don't technically have the monopropellant yet, but we know that we needed it. Has to have an antenna. Technically we have that. It has a docking port and can generate power. Technically we have that. Maintain stability for 10 seconds and put your station in the orbit of Kerbin. So we do fulfill everything that this contract requires as soon as we put on 1,000 monopropellant. And it's got to be 1,000 total at the time that it's up there. And we also need to get 2 people on this thing to finish out the contract. So we need a transport shuttle. That, or we just need, like, I don't know, some way to, I mean, we could put together, like, an escape pod system kind of thing. So for the monopropellants, this tank has 120 monopropellant in it, and it is the right diameter. We would need 9 of those fucking things. Yeesh. I think it's okay for us to have, like, you know, a standing amount on here. Yeah, maybe I do just want a shitload of monopropellant on here, actually. We're adding half a ton every single time we put one of these on. It's like 5 tons of monopropellant with our current cans. Do I have anything else that'll hold monoprop? Don't think I really do. So we would probably want to launch this with those cans empty and then send something up to fill them. What was the modular upper stage for? Would it be weird for us to have a an actual engine on a station, like a permanent one that we wouldn't get rid of? I don't think it matters what the top is, because I'm pretty sure it'll have a fairing. could just move it to something flat. What do you actually run off of? Aerozine and NTO, huh? And you're not toggleable? Wow, we have a lot of different options for the monopropellant nozzles that we can add into this. Just checking out the RCS layout option here. They're nice. But I would want to make sure that I balance those out, wouldn't I? And it doesn't look like I have any other ones that are perfectly equal for me to compare to those. We should be able to come up with something that'll work, though, with RCS Build Aid. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult to actually expand on this later on. But I don't have a docking port that I would want there to make it any longer. No, I think in the end, I will wait for our initial station. I think that we're going to get access to much better habitation modules, something that we can probably deflate and put right in the center. Definitely going to be getting better solar panels. I think we need to concentrate more on the R&D upgrade, although I am really liking the current price. We'd have to figure out what the hell we're going to do about monopropellant, though, too. And those are not crew passable. Like, that's 1,000. And I don't think that that's gonna happen. I think I need to wait until we get a better and larger tank. So I might fiddle around with this in a bit. It looks like Deb's home already. What do you have to... Are you gonna do something? Oh, no, you're fine. Oh, and she brought beer? And then I guess the other alternative would be to scale these up. Which we can do, but I feel like these tanks definitely, if we can go up to a 20 meter, these cannot be balanced for career progression. So I don't think I want to do that. If anything, maybe allow us to go up one size. Launch it. No, I don't think so. For now, there are a couple of things that we could do to achieve our goal, though. So, on the bottom part, we could just put a docking port. We could make the can of monopropellant that we need for the contract a separate launch, and that could be totally modular, or we could attach it temporarily down here. But if we did do that, I would probably want... to go to a larger diameter on those. So the second adapter, wonder if I can make that look good. Need it to go up to a 1.875. And that looks like shit. Wouldn't look too bad if I just move it up to about here. I probably have a better adapter, so just brainstorming here. Take our monopropellant can, and if we upsize it one step, that gives us about 4 times as much monopropellant. So 3 of these would be plenty. Actually, I'm thinking, since this thing does need a lot of monopropellant, just to satisfy the mission contract, go up with a larger collection of it. See how long that's really going to last us, because this is going to have to actively turn about for prograde. So take it up, see how long it's going to last us, and then when this gets pretty close to being depleted, then we'll use a drone to bring up a smaller can, or the same size of can later on if it really seems like it's going to be necessary, and then just continuously swap this out. This isn't crew passable, but these aren't crew passable tanks or anything, so a drone can deliver fuel and food to this lower docking port without a problem. Oh, did we get an update? Okay, so I'm gonna have to make sure that I make a copy of my install before I close down, otherwise Steam's gonna screw me over. That's fine. Thanks for the heads up on that. Her furry, I don't forget. No, it's pretty easy to revert, honestly, if it really comes down to it. That should take care of it. Yeah, we could just close it down. And I probably will until I make a copy of it. Actually, all we really need to make a copy of is make a save, go out to the main menu, make a copy of the save, and move that. I don't know, can we get 15.5 tons into orbit right now? Probably not. Maybe. Probably not, though. Definitely going to be a tricky launch. We can cut that down by almost 5 tons if this is sent up separately. We know that we're going to want to send our crew up separately. I'm thinking we might need to deflate these too. Which means another launch where we bring up machinery. I think we need machinery or something to inflate these, right? So packed away, this is our station. Definitely with room to grow later, too. Yeah, it's already in the queue for the upgrade. So I'm pretty sure... Oh wait, cancel that. Let's leave that attached for now. Let's update that save. We'll just take care of it now. So that'll update our save. Okay. So now we shouldn't have to worry about it. These don't need to be in here. Those don't need to be in here. And outside of that, if anything, I'll just have to roll back to 171, but we shouldn't have to worry about it. I did opt into the beta, so even if it does update the game with the queue to update, that should be okay. And then on top of that, we'll just exit Steam. Oh, is that going to shut my games down? I've never actually tried to exit Steam while I was in a Steam game. Aw, it shut down Slay the Spire. Apparently Kerbal Space Program's okay, though. It shut down our STS. You bastard. Yeah, it's gone. What a bummer. Okay, well, actually, I think now might be a good time for us to call it for the day. And then we'll decide tomorrow what we want to do about the station. But if nothing else, let's go back in there real quick for now. If nothing else, once we deorbit our dudes, who only need to be up there for about, I think, like, what, 2.5 more hours or something like that, that'll give us $100,000. None of our launches so far have really cost more than $50K. And the tracking station is the next upgrade that I need to do. So that might just be enough, and I'll keep an eye out for any other little contracts that we can take. We also get an advance of $100,000 if we take the Create a Network mission. So that would pay for it too. That will give us the maneuver nodes that we need, because I'm pretty sure we already have, we already have mission control upgraded. So if we upgrade this, we get patch conics visible on the map and max DSM power of 50 gigameters. Isn't that all we need? I'm pretty sure. Required for EVA surface samples and resource transfers. So that'll be really handy too, on top of the fact that we can't currently research anything past 100 science, so we only have three more nodes that we can unlock, and then we're at a total standstill on science until we get up to 450 grand. So we're going to be doing a lot with tourists, but I think now's a good time to call it a day here. I'm going to go hang out with Deb. She'd said that we'd keep streaming, but I know that she really wants to play Skyrim. She got off of work just a little bit early. It's not much earlier than normal. It's about 1 o'clock my time. We still got a decent stream in today, and we actually made a lot of progress today, too. I'm pretty happy about it. We can now interact with the DLC experiments. Ooh. Ooh. Do you have a link for the patch notes? Let's check that out. And we need to find somebody to... I'll just start looking now. I'm going to figure out what is going on with that, too, at some point. Who are we going to go hang out with after we're done looking at patch notes? Mr. Chicken is on, playing with Mr. Mittens, who talked to us earlier. Mittens is, I believe, the newest addition to the Happy Camper stream team family. Wouldn't that be great if we get Reed in there too? Oh. Should we go over to Mitten's stream? Should we say hi to Reed and watch from that side? Hot seat, huh? Okay, let me let my ad play and we'll check out these patch notes. Oh, I closed Steam. Okay, so I want to open that and leave that open. And then I want my KSP directory real quick. I'm just going to make a copy of the whole fucking thing. Copy? That'll have that save file in there too. Throw that in there. What? Did you just unmoderate yourself? How the hell did you even do that? What have you done? Complete and utter anarchy going on in here. What command does that? Oh, you misclicked? How in the hell? Okay, now you're mod again. I didn't know that you could do that. You guys should have just pounced on him with timeouts as soon as he did it. Kerbal Space Program 1.7.2 is live. In this patch, we focus mainly on improvements and bug fixes for the Breaking Ground expansion. We've included an animation for Kerbals when they interact with deployed science experiments. Oh, okay. So that would be the surface experiments that they added. When they go over and they're messing around with the computer, apparently now it'll look like they're kind of messing around with the computer. Added sound effects to Lave's Geyser and the Cryovolcano on Ball, and some new color variants for the robotic parts. Additionally, now it will be easier to encounter surface features on celestial bodies. However, there's a very remote possibility that some of the newly generated surface features could appear where an existing craft is positioned. And that kind of... yeah, that always happens. So there's actually a specific hash. If you run into any like really big problems with that thing, let's see if I can remember where the fuck it is. I think it's in your save game. Let's see, I should have that window up already, right? File and use. Okay, I have no idea what the hell that is. Think we're okay? I might delete that and try it again, though. So if you go into your default install, if you go into your saves, and if you go into the current file that you're having a problem with, if you, for one, make a backup right now, just in case you run into it. And where the hell is that hash? Is it in your saves? Didn't want to be an ass, but you did think of it? Oh, I would have totally 100% supported you had you gone for it. Persistent? Is that the one that we want? Yes, it is. So, you go into your default install directory, you go into your persistent SFS, and if your hash is, if like a crystal or a baobab tree, something that now has, a physical box around it, has blown up like a station or a relay or something that you had on the surface of something, start a new game. First off, go into your game, start a new game, go into that game's save file. All you have to do is start a new game, make a save, go into the persistent.sfs for that save, steal the new hash, and replace it with the hash for your current one. And then go and load it up again. This is the just a random number that determines where things generate. So if you had stuff all over the place, you might have to do it 2 or 3 times. Very, very low chance of any of those things spawning where they're going to create an issue. But if they do, ROC seed here in your persistent is how you fix that. And to get a new valid one, just start a new game. Just go ahead and, start up any old game, and then just steal whatever the newly generated seed is. And likewise, if you're in a game where you don't have any of the new features that you would like to have them, load up your persistent.sfs. Just hit enter. You won't have ROC seed, so just hit enter at seed and add this whole line from a new save where you do have those features. Because some people, if you started your game at a certain time, don't actually have an ROC seed. But if you'd like to enable those, and then that's all you have to do. And then if you have that problem where something spawned and it destroyed something that you had, like a craft that was sitting out in the middle of nowhere so that you could communicate with satellites that you'd lost line of sight with or whatever, then just go back to your old backup and try a different ROC seed. Okay, so anyway, that's enough about that part. What do we got? Redesign the action sets icon during flight to make the current action number more visible. Made engine thrust limit and cargo bay deploy limit and control surface and air brake authority limits bindable to axis groups. Very handy. So now if your doors would clip, if they were to open fully, and it's not required for you to open them fully, we should be able to set those so that they only open, halfway or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how you did it either, Dom. Fallen 2013, 6 years. Holy shit. Fix shadow casting string, not displaying correctly. The player doesn't have the breaking ground expansion. Is there anything in here that's actually going to affect us? Purple flags clipping into backpacks. Lowest part of vessel calculations for wheels when coming off rails. Localization for survey, waypoint, contract objectives. Fixed a null ref exception error in the maneuver node editor. Well, that's kind of neat. Paw display dirty, not working in the editor. I have no idea what that command does. What that module is. Symmetry counterparts, bow tie auto strutting. Cutoff string and recovery signs report screen. Null ref in the ship load. Damn, there were a lot of null refs that the stock game was throwing, huh? When parts have changed their attach nodes. Missing string and absolute control and incremental control tooltip. Science value of repeat experiments. EVA portrait clipping. Sorry about that. That noise in the background is just replies to different things on the KSP forum. Very, very handy to have, otherwise I would disable it. Usually I just don't have the forums up when I'm streaming, but that's just these. I'll go and see what everybody's up to when we get done. Random orientation for surface features. Scale variable to the rocks depth configuration file. Okay. Increased unfocused range on deployed science par action windows to 20 meters. Screen message for seismometer science within sandbox. Oh, nice. JNSQ's patches come out. Let's see what's going on there. Not aware of a practical performance difference. The Unity one is there for you know and half scattered Galileo. Okay. So are we getting rid of Scatterer for now? So I'm caught up there. You won't find dirt for MKS, neither on or Carbonite hotspot on E. Okay, so that's not necessarily true. You can, but you have to go. So if you're having a problem with USI or with your OR, go into JNSQ for now. Just for a temporary fix. You go into JNSQ plugins. No, not plugins, configs. Delete realistic resources and everything will work. Just get rid of that. Oh, he just renamed it to rational resources. Okay. Oh, okay, and yeah, ISO Polaris did ask if you take that out, will it work? Ooh, what do we got? Oh, somebody tried getting rid of the Sunflare and it's still working. Okay. Where the hell is Galileo's post? I'm assuming it's in here somewhere. Oh dear. Uninstall JNSQ and realistic resources before installing the new update. If you use the installer, be sure to only uninstall JNSQ using the un000 located inside of your game data folder. Right. If you already messed that up, just reinstall in the same location again and uninstall the correct way. And then he went and took screenshots of it too. Okay, is that the... That didn't seem... DON scatter can technically be installed anyway without issue. Eve, however, may not be able to. Okay, I think we're pretty well caught up on that. So, anything else going on in this? Don't think so. A lot of this is color stuff, bug fixes. Surface feature frequency math. Change the orbit. I thought they already did that. I thought they lowered the orbit of Moonness earlier to take care of some problems. I was actually a little bit interested in the suggestion that they do it on a... that they reverse its orbit to fix it, but I can understand why they want to. I thought it'd be kind of neat. I'm surprised that they didn't do that for the stock game. Even though it's a little bit less likely that that a moon-like Moonness would end up in a reversed... You haven't installed the patch for it? Oh. Yeah, it shouldn't mess anything up, but if you have a craft that's like currently on its way to Moonness, before you upgrade, make sure that you get within its sphere of influence or land on it or whatever, because otherwise it won't be in the same spot when you go and restart it. As long as it's already landed, already within its orbit, or already at least within its sphere of influence, then whatever you send out there should move with it. Yeah, with Principia, Moonness would eventually just leave the sphere of influence of Kerbin, which was odd. I'm just kind of scanning more NRE stuff. I do like all that, but it'll be a little bit before we can go up to 1.72. So this really won't affect us or our playthrough for now. Okay, so let's go ahead and call it a day. Let's go say hello to, let's go say hi to Mr. Reed. No, we've never really rated Mittens, I don't think. I know Mittens through, I've known Mittens for a while through Scarlet. I played a couple of PUBG games with him, and right now he's hanging out with Mr. Chicken of Destiny, so I'm going to do shouts for both of them. And I'm going to throw the host over to Mittens. We're going to go say hi. And this second one is for our buddy Reed. Playing some PUBG together, doing some kind of like interview, like an ask and answer kind of thing. And hopefully we can get Reed. I would love it if he would join the THT stream team. And I'm going to throw the host out. Click on her name and then mod comments. Oh, thank you, Paula. I'll tell Debbie to say hi. Have a good night, Bob. Thanks for hanging out, Dom. Good to see you. Isley showed up like every freaking day. Thank you for hanging out. We're gonna go see if there's anything else that we can do to maybe get everything to play together nicely. And I gotta make sure that I get a proper backup in there too. All right, host time. Let's go and say hello to Mittens. Have a good night, everybody. See you in a bit. Bye-bye.
No, I didn't see one. Can I throw a molly if I can?
Oh, that's interesting.
That might be him. He's left.